everyone. Welcome to the Department of Musicology and welcome to Master Ieva Gudaityté's doctoral defense and trial lecture, Wednesday, 25th March 2026. On the 6th of October 2025, Master Ieva Gudaityté submitted a thesis entitled Listening to War through Digital Community Radio Practices in Ukraine and Beyond, and sought to leave to present it for the degree of Philosophiae Doctor of this university. On the recommendation of the Department of Musicology, the Faculty of Humanities appointed the following evaluation committee: Dr. J. Martin Daughtry, New York University; Professor Kate Lacey, University of Sussex; Professor Peter Edwards, University of Oslo. Professor Peter Edwards served as a coordinator of the committee. On the 26th of January 2026, the evaluation committee reported that it had found the thesis worthy of being defended at the public defense for the degree of Philosophiae Doctor. Now, the candidate will give a prescribed trial lecture on the following topic: Sonic ecologies in times of emergency. What can researching urban soundscapes reveal about responses to social change, conflict, and crisis? So, the floor is yours, Ieva.
Thank you. Thank you, and hello everyone, and welcome to this public lecture on sonic ecologies in times of emergency, which will respond to the following prompt. What can researching urban soundscapes reveal about responses to social change, conflict, and crisis by reflecting on changing research methodologies? So what we will do today is we will look at how these approaches are relevant beyond Ukraine and to other forms of crisis, for example, the climate emergency. And when doing that, we will take a transnational or transhistorical approach to questions of resilience, resistance, and witnessing. So at the first glance, it might seem that there's quite a lot going on, and there's a lot of overwhelming concepts that might be hard to sort of see together in a one sort of setting. So before we begin, I want to introduce how I will guide you through them to see how they relate to one another, and how drawing them together will allow us to situate ourselves in a way of thinking about sound that can be helpful to access and develop knowledge about situations of violence or danger. So the big question of this lecture is, why and how does sound matter for people living in emergency? And so we will start our lecture by thinking about ecologies as a kind of conceptual framework that we will apply then to situations of emergency. This will include the idea of sonic ecologies, but also urban soundscape as a way of approaching a situation where sounds of technological, social, musical, political, and other elements are organized in the city. This means that we will operate from a point of audition that is tuned into the environment of the city in which an emergency takes place. After that, we will spend some time thinking about the very concept of emergency and what does that mean, and what the difference can be about a claim of a state of emergency and listening through a state of emergency or a situation of emergency. But the main goal today is to think about what research on sound can reveal in an urban setting. So revealing implies that there is something hidden, something that there needs to be a sort of opening for us to sort of make meaning and sense out of it. Our goal, as people who research sound, is to find out what it is that sound can reveal about a situation of emergency in this particular setting of an urban soundscape. The final question, to which I will come back at the end of the lecture, but I want you to think about straight away, is who does this work of revealing? And one way of answering that, it would be, the maybe more straightforward way, it would be that us, the researchers, the students of sound, who do some sort of revealing. However, if we're interested in a situation of emergency, which in itself disrupts and changes things, including ways of research, that means that our self-reflexive gaze should also be tuned towards us. And thus, we should also ask, how does a particular situation of violence also changes our ways of researching? And also, when we are focusing on one particular emergency, how does that extend to other situations? Hence, the aim of this lecture is to show what sonic ecologies of urban situations reveal about emergency that can be used to think about resilience, resistance, and witnessing as modes of interaction between listeners and sound. So we're kind of focusing on these concepts to combine all of these things and all of these ideas here. So what can sound reveal? I want to offer 3 perspectives today, and I will go through each of them in more detail. But the first one is the emergency itself. Murray Schafer, an early theorist of soundscape, and one of the many scholars who have kind of pointed out to this idea that ears have no lids. We can't shut them off. Listening, therefore, often aids us in responding to a warning whether or not the listener chooses to listen, though how the listener apprehends what she hears can be unpredictable, since listening is conditioned through cultural knowledge, and we will also talk about that in more detail. Another thing that sound can reveal is how people work through an emergency, and I will offer these kind of 2 perspectives. One that I call top-down, which will be talking about how sounds can be organized from a governing or a sort of top body to guide the civilians, for example, through an emergency, or do some sort of other intention, and we will talk about that. But also from bottom up, which talks about more how civilians self-organize around sound to share information about what's going on with the rest of the world, for example. Finally, and this is related to the previous point, is that working through an emergency changes things in all sorts of ways. So thinking about how people and sounds in an urban setting interact as this process of being or listening through an emergency and as it unfolds allows us to understand the sociocultural changes as a society emerges or does not emerge from an emergency. So with these 3 perspectives in mind, I want to return to this ecologies framework, as this is going to be our main kind of toolkit that we'll be using today. And sort of show several perspectives that we can meet in sound and music studies. So when we think about ecologies framework, well, we think about environment and how the listener can filter that environment through sound, and how the meaning is shaped by the sonic exchanges and relationships within the given environment. So this idea of interconnectedness and things shaping each other. In music studies, we can meet this perspective in various fields. So for example, we can think about how ethnomusicologists or anthropologists think about connection between people's traditions of music making and sound making, sense making, through music and their living environments. So for example, Stephen Feld, who's pictured here in a field, coins this notion of acoustemology, which combines this idea of epistemology as a philosophical branch that is concerned with how we know things, how we know that we know things, with acoustics, which is concerned with how sounds are organized in a space and how we understand space through sound as well. And so he uses acoustemology to name acoustic ways of knowing that explain how people relate to broader ecologies and cosmologies through sound. We'll not talk about cosmologies, but I just want you to be aware that this is also a concept you might meet in this literature. In media studies, people such Marshall McLuhan, Friedrich Kittler, and Matthew Fuller spoke about acoustic space and media ecologies, another concept that we will meet in this literature, to further understand the relationships between media systems. So in this kind of environment where there is potentially a receiver of a message within a media system, there's also interactions between worlds that are mediated. And so famously, McLuhan said that medium is the message, implying that the way we receive a certain idea is shaped by the media environment which it's coming from. And then Matthew Fuller further updated this idea by exposing kind of messy and materially bound aspect to these medias as well. More recently, as music scholars are more closely attuned to the climate collapse and the increasing problems of habitat extinction and health and pollution and health crisis that emergency collapse creates, the field of ecomusicology has kind of emerged as this idea where nature and music are considered together. But the term that we will be using today to apply this ecological framework to situations of emergency is a soundscape, a term that has become quite popular in different kinds of research as well. And it's most famously accredited to Murray Schafer in his thinking about natural and polluted soundscapes. However, as Jonathan Stern has scrutinized this approach, the very thinking about soundscape as this kind of environment in which sounds are organized around the listener can be rooted in broader history of electroacoustic age, namely stereophonic thinking. So there's a cultural reason behind the desire to hear the environment somewhat clearly and center a listener in the sort of imaginary center of it. This links us to a broader argument coming from Stern and others in sound studies, that the way we listen to the world is a kind of cultural practice, something that we learn because of the way we exist in the world and we're enculturated in the world. And that is important when we think about emergencies, because depending on who we are and how we are in the world will reveal something else for us. So ecology's framework invites us to think about all of these elements playing a part in a situation. And instead of overwhelming you with these research traditions, I just want you to point out where they are if you need to find them. However, an example that I think will maybe help you focus on the soundscape as the way we will be using it today can be found in Emily Thompson's book, The Soundscape of Modernity, where she writes about early 20th century America. And she acknowledges Schaeffer's use of soundscape, but she takes it in a slightly different direction. So as Thompson writes, soundscape refers to both a world and a culture constructed to make sense out of that world. And she talks, for example, about how concert hall, as it emerges as a way of listening to performed music, is also a product of acoustic engineering and other scientific achievements of the time. And so another thing that she talks, as well as other scholars, is how the noise of the city separated from the private listening space of a growing class of sort of petit bourgeois or like post-industrial societies. And this idea that the way we think about private and public listening, about noise and individualized listening, is also a consequence of much broader and interconnected things going on in the world. So I think this is particularly fitting to our notion of emergency as we were talking about it today, because Thompson also speaks about a soundscape of modernity as a kind of time frame, as a cultural time. And we could think that emergency is also a kind of temporal framework, a cultural time, where we hear things in a slightly different way potentially than in a time where we don't think there is an emergency. And this leads us quite nicely to the second point. So now that we are equipped to think ecologically about sounds in the world, we're going to move to think about what an emergency can mean. And surprisingly, again, there's a lot to be said, and there's a lot of literature about that as well. But so one of the ways of thinking about an emergency is thinking about emergency as a kind of state of exception. So this idea comes from Carl Schmitt, a political philosopher and a member of Nazi Party, which is based on this idea that a sovereign, a kind of higher state of governance, and that in itself has a history of the divine rights of kings, and there being a sort of higher body of power, can transcend the rule of law for the survival of the state. Georgi Agamben later took this idea to think about how the state can be extended. So for example, where the Bush administration has declared a state of emergency during war on terror that allowed, and I quote, enhanced interrogation techniques, effectively legalizing torture in the US. So there is this kind of legal, or at least formal protocol when there is a state of emergency declared. And what I mean in situations, for example, that we can relate to more practically, so to speak, is, for example, there's a martial law declared in Ukraine after Russia's invasion began. That means that certain civilian rights are tightened. The borders become closed. It's much easier to purchase weapons or medical supplies, for example. Media becomes a critical infrastructure that is operating in a slightly different way, etc. So mobilizing resources in a particular situation does not always mean harm or is intended cynically, yet it almost always deepens already existing social inequalities and power relationships. So scholars talk about COVID-19 deepening the racial segregation and economic inequality, and for example, worsened access to disability-related healthcare in US. I'm quoting a particular study, but also in Europe. So there's always someone making a choice in the situation that an emergency is declared. And at any given time, we could think of many different emergencies, both of individual, but also more broader public level going on. And so there is someone choosing which is to become a state of exception and which is not. And this point about this permanent state of emergency was also made by another thinker who you see on the screen now, Walter Benjamin, who observed the rise of fascism in Weimar Germany and was part of the Frankfurt School of Philosophy together with Theodor Adorno. And he saw ways the Nazi Party consolidated power as a continuation and a reproduction of already existing power relationships. So what Benjamin argues is that the oppressed are always living in a state of emergency. Another idea that Benjamin has sort of shared and warned us with is that in his thinking about how new technology, new mass technology of radio was contributing to all of these processes, is that there is a risk of anesthetization, aestheticization of politics. That it means that there is a kind of romanticism of war or this kind of emergencies that is perpetuated through, potentially can be perpetuated through this popular culture, mass culture, sorry. Which detaches the listener, in our case, from the real social conditions of war, for example. So thinking in the kind of interconnected way about sonic and media ecologies that contribute not only to declaring, but also maintaining a state of emergency, so continue to communicate that there is a state of emergency through well, for Benjamin it was radio, for us it's more outlets of popular media. So it goes back to these early debates of Frankfurt School. The other perspective that we could take when we think about emergencies, which I call a more specific perspective, it's how the exceptional state is experienced and, in our cases, heard. We can think about that as a kind of antidote, potential antidote to aestheticization of social realities that Benjamin has warned us about. And this would allow us to ask slightly different questions instead of, if earlier we would ask what and where constitutes an emergency, how long before it becomes the new normal, in a sense that it consolidates the already existing protocols. We could ask how are sounds organized in an emergency and who does the emergency affect and how. So we could claim that emergency affects everyone, but in different ways. And how do sounds become knowledge about the emergency for listeners is the question that is most relevant for us today. So, in other words, the state of exception, even if it's used as a cynical tool to consolidate power, does not mean that emergency is not real for people as they experience violence in situations such as war, genocide, climate collapse, etc. And how these terms can potentially offer them a more concrete and workable terms of justice to define or describe a particular emergency. My own expertise focuses more on war, so we will be using some examples from that kind of emergency, but that extends to other situations as well. Okay, so now we have ecology's framework, and now we know how to think about emergency in different ways, how to problematize the concept of emergency. Now, how can you use this framework to access knowledge that is being produced in this kind of experience of a threatening situation? So this question, how we can use this framework, also invites us to self-reflect. That means, what kind of approaches can we use to access knowledge when, first, access can be challenged, we might not be able to travel to a place where emergency is taking place, but also when the epistemic framework on the ground might be disrupted and shattered. So how people make sense of their own realities might change dramatically in that situation. Before we impose that sound matters as sound scholars, we should also ask, why does sound matter for people living in emergency? And this kind of comes back to our whole point today. What can be revealed through sound by using ecology's frameworks in these kind of situations, and how can we access that knowledge? Okay, so now, as I offer these three perspectives, I will go through all of them more deliberately. So first of all, is that sound can reveal emergency itself. So one of the ways to describe the sonic realm of violence, both including sounds that harm as force and those which accompany harm, thus becoming an interconnected carrier of sort of meaning, significance of violence, is thanatosonics. And this is a term that was offered by Martin Daughtry in his book about soldiers listening and civilians listening to Iraq war. So thanatosonics comes from the Greek god of death, Thanatos, and sonic, which implies sound. An example Docci provides is the traumatic brain injury that could be sustained when the blast wave of an explosion forcefully jostles the brain against the wall of the skull. So this would be an example of thanatosonics, where sound is harmful. Another examples can be found in the work of Susan Cusick, where she describes sound as being used for violence and torture. And this could be an example of a very personal kind of emergency of experiencing torture, though it can also be systematic, or is systematic, I guess, in Cusick's writing. So in case of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, one of the most common sounds that reveal that there is violence in the vicinity and that there is harm approaching is the sounds of shaheds, which can be heard in the city of Kyiv, for example. And these Iranian-made drones, their sound is often described as mopeds because of the way they sound in flight. So for people living this prolonged experience of emergency, this listening to shaheds can be a source of information of where the danger is, where it's coming from, how far away it is, etc. At the same time, and you can see this is a shahed drone here on the screen, so it's not a drone in a sort of, we sometimes imagine drone as these small things. They're actually very big and, harmful. But so even in this particular situation of shahed drone in Kyiv, it also sits in a broader ecology of military technological industry. So the very fact that drones like that exist in this war and are tested quite extensively, to be honest, now also like we see in the war in Iran, these same shahed drones are used, and this technology is being actively developed as the war progresses. This also speaks of a particular time. We wouldn't hear shahed in another kind of war, 100 years ago, for example. However, just because the scale of destruction the technology allows is bigger doesn't mean that sounds of violence were not used in war previously. And this is a case of Alexander the Great, supposedly in the image here, supposedly using shrieking pigs to deter war elephants in his quest in India, his campaign in India in 326, 6th year before our era. This illustration comes from the French manuscript from 1420. In the book about unconventional warfare elements, Adriana Mayer writes that various sonic and biotechnological weapons, from musical instruments to animal sounds, have been used in war since the ancient times. This claim about Alexander the Great using pigs has been contested, so we're not really sure is that a legend or really happened. However, these examples of using, for example, elephants to deter war horses or trumpets to deter elephants are documented in several occasions. The significance of trumpets as bearers of panic to the inhabitants of the city also has a biblical significance, as featured in the story of the siege and fall of Jericho, for example, which in itself some scholars claim is a tool of propaganda used by later kings of Judah. So the point being here that sound as carrier of message or effect of violence to the city has long histories and mythologies, including this kind of biblical significance of a trumpet, which reveals a long intellectual history of the way emergencies were heard and understood as such. Finally, another important way sound can reveal or cause harm is through its absence. So this is probably the most blatant, perhaps, or most direct sign of thanatos, death, as silence. And in this image here, you see a forest after a fire, whose silence means that there is extinction of species or destruction of habitats happening in the particular situation. And that also can include human ones. So if you imagine bombarded cities that no longer carry sounds, they are silent in that sense. It can also be used as a torture tool. Susan Cusick also writes about that, in the use of silence as torture in US prisons, as dehumanizing. But also what Stephen Goodman has called the ecology of fear, where the absence of sound and the lack of control of the situation it implies, because there's no information around us that we can situate ourselves in what is happening, can be used as a way to terrorize and exert power. So he calls it ecology of fear. So we operate in this sort of silence that does not have, or the absence of meaning that we can latch ourselves to what to do in an emergency in itself is harmful and threatening. So these three examples revert to this kind of first approach of what sound can reveal in an emergency, which is an emergency itself. And we can think about that as a way of witnessing an emergency, collecting sonic evidence that the harm took place. The second point and the second approach to the urban soundscape of emergency is to think of ways people engage in their organizing of sonic environments as a way of working through an emergency. So I'm starting with top-down approach, and then we'll go to bottom-up in a second. What I mean by top-down approach of ways people work through an emergency is the way critical and civilian sonic infrastructure is organized in the city. And I'm kind of highlighting this point that this is people working through an emergency because there are people who put this infrastructure in place. Sonic infrastructure reveals a kind of protocols that might be silent before the emergency takes place, however they exist. So how they would guide civilians through a situation, or what kind of roles in society they're of power, as well as sort of utilitarian roles, let's say, are also exist. How they are revealed through sound in an emergency. So there could be an argument made that this actually is quite close to the previous examples in a way that trumpets outside of the citadel would also be a kind of source of information for the civilians in the city that they need to do something about the emergency. But the difference here is who does the revealing. So in the first case, you have the threat revealing itself to its listeners, and here you have somebody else that organizes the way city works, revealing these sounds to its inhabitants. I say civilians and critical civilian infrastructure as a way that people who are in power and who are people receiving that kind of message interact. And I would like to just kind of point out that when we think about civilian and we think about non-civilian, it becomes a slightly bit more complicated in a situation when the state of emergency is declared. So, we think about civilian and the military being as these two categories, but we can think about doctors working in the critical hospitals, or police officers, or fire brigades, firefighters. Basically, all public servants gain a specific role in a case of emergency, that they are kind of informed that they have to act in a certain way. And examples of civilian infrastructure that sounds are plenty. The most canonical one, perhaps, is the siren, which can vary from the air raid siren. So this is a picture of an air raid siren in Ukraine, in Kyiv, I think. In Lviv, I think, this one. Hurricane sirens that inform people that there is a climate-related emergency approaching. Nuclear sirens also have a particular kind of sonic features to them. So, and the way they sound depends on various factors. For example, the way city is developed and the way city's infrastructure exists, right? So, for example, if you would have a part of the city that's more highly densely populated, the sounds would be absorbed in a different way than in a city that has like a lot of squares, for example, or other acoustic properties. Also, the kind of technology that is used also marks a historical and a technological element. So, the signal itself, the frequency, etc. For example, in some regions of Ukraine, you have the same sirens as from Second World War ringing whenever there is an air raid approaching. At the same time, now with this contemporary technology and all of us having a phone on ourselves, people are using air raid siren alert apps. And so you would have the situation where you have a Second World War siren and an app sending you a notification sounding at the same time, resulting in a kind of interaction or meeting between two technological and military moments. And this would be another example of the kind of ecology that exists in time as much as place. You probably, all of you have received at some point in your lives, a phone notification when there's a drill going on in the city, this kind of high-pitched sound, that there is, there is the air raid sirens are being tested. And it can be a scary sound, but I mean, potentially not hearing that sound if there is an emergency approaching can be even more frightening. From more historical examples of civilian sonic infrastructures, we could think about church bells serving as an infrastructure aimed at revealing, or both First and Second World Wars, where the church bells would be silenced unless there was an enemy fire approaching. The interesting thing about, well, there's a lot of interesting things about church bells, potentially, but another way that they can participate in a war emergency is by being melted and made into cannonballs, which is something that both the German Empire and the Nazis did, and many other examples. Russian Empire in the 18th century also did use the same techniques, and there are many examples. So this is the way where a bell, which in itself could be also seen as a musical instrument, can be a civil sonic infrastructure, but it can also be a thanatosonic sound. And this image on the right is an concrete acoustic mirror for detecting enemy raid in the Second World War era, which, the kind of physics of it is that you have warplanes approaching, which sound, and the sound wave would sort of would bounce off in different directions, thus amplifying the sound, which can be then carried to civilian society, that they have to go to shelters. And there's many other examples of how before the sort of locators that, that we use today, air raid sirens would be declared in the city. Again, air raid in itself, the fact that there is an air raid, the first there is a technology that can carry threats over air, again, marks a certain historical time. So at any given time, a civic emergency reveals not only the very moment, the fact of emergency, but also the historical time in which that emergency takes place. Other examples of sounds revealing an emergency can be sounds of a fire brigade, ambulance, or a police vehicle, which all have different sounds in different cities, but also that can mean different things for different people. So for some, it can mean that help is coming. However, when we think about Black Americans in the context of systematic racialized police brutality, it can mean that the harm is coming. Each listener relates to their sonic ecologies differently, and what is revealed for whom depends. Now, we can think about these top-bottom sounds revealing a form of resilience. First, of the state infrastructure. It can perpetuate an already existing power relationships. For example, if we think about state media becoming the main source of information. So that makes even the state media even more resilient in that situation. Or the way that the power can be exerted if we think about, ICE agents solving the illegal migrant emergency, right? That creates a resilience to already existing kind of power relationships and realities that might be, forged in order to maintain that power. So the resilience of status quo could be one way of thinking about how people working from top to down are using sound and civilian infrastructure. At the same time, resilience of the state infrastructure, such as sufficient number of shelters, quick enough reaction for air raid sirens to ring, so that the civilian population can go to those shelters, enough generators to start working when there is electricity cut out. So also generators have a particular sound that we can think as a sound revealing there is a civilian infrastructure taking place in a city. All of these things can ensure the prevention of harm to the most vulnerable demographics. So in the case of Ukraine, we can think about how Kyiv was more resilient in the first stages of war than villages around it, like Bucha or Irpin. And you can Google it up if you're interested in what happened there. The point is, sound reveals the existence of sometimes invisible ways people, and people in this case are those governing the social and critical infrastructures, work through the situation of emergency from a centralized point outward. The other direction in which people organize around sound to figure out what to do in a situation of emergency and potentially amplify information about their experience of an emergency is bottom up. And this can include situations like people coming together to listen to music, like this example in Italy during the COVID pandemic. And we can think about balconies also being a kind of city infrastructure that was used to amplify music and to share music to other people in other balconies. I think we could think about raves as another way of people organizing to respond to an emergency. For example, in northern Britain, in times of Thatcher and economic inequality and high youth unemployment as a kind of social emergency, in which raves would be a self-organized way to gather around sound to respond to that. And that would also reveal a lot of different things depending on who's listening. Oh, sorry. The other example that I would like to stop for a moment speaks to this, also this interaction between sound as a phenomena that people organize, but also kind of media ecologies that exist, is pirate or alternative radio, which is, again, like there are a lot of examples. But this particular image on the screen is from Radio Zid in Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina, which was broadcasting throughout the siege from the 5th of April. The siege took place from the 5th of April in 1992 to the 29th of February in 1996. And it's considered to be the longest siege of modern warfare. So Sarajevo, during the sort of ethnically charged Bosnian attacks, had just come out of Yugoslavia, right? So that's what happens. Bosnia breaks out of Yugoslavia as an independent state, war happens. However, in that time, we already have a quite interesting culture and media ecology in a sense that the Iron Curtain has fallen and there is a lot of cultural and popular cultural and also musical cultural elements coming from, outside the outside world. As Larissa Kurtovic writes, amidst this devastation of siege, Bosnian and Herzegovinian capital simultaneously witnessed a flowering of various artistic enterprises and alternative cultural scenes. It is estimated that during the siege, some 182 theater productions, 107 exhibits, and 48 concerts came to life in Sarajevo. Most of these initiatives were too small and too improvised to leave behind a robust material record. And this is also quite an interesting thing. How long does something stay being, after it's revealed, how long does it stay in a memory, and what kind of mark does it leave in those ecologies if we think about also as temporal? Radio Zid, the name Zid comes from the name Zdravko I Društvo, which means Zdravko and company, and Zdravko Greba was a law professor who was one of the main curators of this radio station. And so one of the things that people who were part of this radio practice talk about is that, there was an important thing of actually listening to music and doing all these other things that they wanted as the siege was continuing. And we can see parallels here with Kievan War as well, where making sense or making sense of your life as it happens, as it unfolds through an emergency, can be done through sound and through this kind of alternative media. So, in that sense, sounds can reveal resistance. Now, resistance can mean a lot of things, and it can mean what I think is quite fitting to compare with this image of Radio Zid logo, which is a person, headbanging a wall. And for a lot of people, that's what resistance can feel like. So the resistance can mean to comply with the centralized sonic organization of sound, for example. But it also can reveal other dilemmas, moral dilemmas, and practical elements of living through an emergency. For example, to what extent resistance to a particular state of emergency policy makes sense as the life through an emergency unfolds. And in this particular case, it would be resistance to be framed only as a passive victim during the siege. Finally, after having looked at these three cross-sections of urban soundscapes in time of emergency, we arrive to the question that aims to look at them together, to ask why does it matter, the things that sound reveal, in a kind of ecological thinking that implies that there is a dynamic take on knowledge production, one where we are trying to understand connections and processes of listening through an emergency as they unfold, as they are revealed. One of the answers can be found in thinking about revealing, that is witnessing, and creating something in the soundscapes of emergency as a form of labor. In other words, by moving from thinking about what sonic ecologists reveal to what kind of transformative justice that this kind of revealing can result in. And one of the books that also uses a lot of the kind of conceptual frameworks that we have been discussing today is Karin Berthel's work on Nazi soundscapes. So we have soundscapes, we have urban space, and we have an emergency, which is living in Nazi Germany. And she talks about many things in that book, but one thing that she uses is this idea of ear witnessing. That is for Holocaust survivors, sound and memory, sonic memory, was a very important way to access their witnessing of what happened to them. This idea that audition is key to remembering, but also making meaning out of living through a horrific experience can also be found elsewhere. For example, how Gaisea Ozunian writes about Armenian genocide. And so she describes survivors using their sonic memories to claim agency. And we can think about it as this kind of right to testify. Living through an emergency means that, with the people who have listened to the sounds of an emergency had done the work of sort of witnessing and revealing the sounds, but that is only meaningful and that can turn into knowledge or some sort of search of justice, or at least warning of other peoples that these things don't happen again. In the context of Ukraine, Svetlana Matvienko and Natsia Bazdrieva have described this in the way that I'm using today, this labor of witnessing. And it means that hearing war is a form of emotional and epistemic work, and that it carries an intention to do something with it, even if you most likely did not choose to experience it. So you cannot choose to hear it, but what you do with that brings a kind of responsibility that now you have to go on and testify, so it doesn't happen to others again elsewhere. Now, we as scholars, we have more choice in our interest to reveal, and our right to choose certain sounds that witness certain emergencies. And if we are taking sound seriously, if we acknowledge that is a powerful thing to witness and to remember, we also have to acknowledge that it can be a powerful thing as a data that can be further used to harm and perpetuate injustice. One example where this kind of thinking can be found is in Max Ritt's book, A Resonant Ecology, where he talks about how sound integration into environmental politics in Canada actually allowed massive industrial expansion. Now, that we have digital technologies that allow to collect sound and also sonically map, sonically trace our behavior, this kind of sound can also be used to do harm. So this idea that sound reveals, is not by itself good or bad, but we could claim that it is a significant and powerful thing to transform into some sort of meaning. So, if sound can reveal emergency itself, and at the same time, music and sound can be carriers of violence, and at the same time, people work through an emergency, both top-down, from the sort of organizational perspective, and bottom-up, to either make sense out of the status quo, by organizing together in a kind of alternative media or music making, and that listening is an emergency, that emergency is a process that reveals itself in a kind of broad ecological framework, then it seems to be meaningful to consider urban soundscapes as markers of actions that carry responsibilities. In other words, the way sounds are organized reveals people in an emergency engaging in a kind of relationships of consequence and of agency. So there are a lot of things going on, and sound reveals these relationships that are people doing things. Or, well, not only people, and we will close with this, but we were focusing on people mostly today. And so these actions include the labor of listening and assigning meaning to the sounds of emergency. Our role as researchers of sound may be to reveal not only the meanings themselves, but how they sit into wider political, aesthetic, social, and other ecologies. Because the idea of applying sonic ecology's framework to the urban soundscapes of emergency is to highlight their interconnectedness, that is, ways that beings are bound together by sound in a given situation. And using terms of media scholar Kate Lacey, emergency creates its own kind of listening publics. So people who are listening to emergency at a given time are a particular kind of public, are a particular kind of social unit, let's say. And that offers a way for them to participate in wider civic projects by witnessing, by collecting this evidence, by re-listening to this evidence, by resisting to power, or trying to be as resilient as possible by maintaining the status quo. Scholars like Oля Zikrata have applied the similar ideas to talk about how sounds bound Ukrainians in the event of war, making them in what she calls war-bound, a sonically lived relation to war. This can also be extended to non-human listener, for example, in the way that the earlier mentioned Svetlana Matvienko uses the term vertical occupation. So, when in our imaginations, we often think about the horizontal of armies approaching and leaving. However, when we think about the vertical, and that includes the soil, the mining of the soil, the contesting of the soil, this kind of warm-boundness can also take various sonic and non-human agents into that togetherness. Hence, Sound matters to people living in emergency for all reasons I have outlined in this lecture, including ways it connects them with others, potentially changes their relationship with themselves, and allows to create meaningful interactions with the world. Considering that all those interactions and ecologies in which they appear are constantly changing, our initial question of how we can access knowledge in the situations of emergency should then also take into consideration ways that interactions with sounds or ways of listening are also changing. So to conclude, using sonic ecologies to gain knowledge about how emergencies are experienced might reveal that it's not only our methods, including those of, for example, digital ethnography, fieldwork, or more sound-centered fieldwork as such, but also those of people on the ground engaged in the labor of witnessing that are changing as well. My hope is that by considering some of the ways we approach the sonic study of urban emergencies today, we can be better equipped at recognizing and situating them in broader academic conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ieva. I will just say that thank you, Ieva. There will now be a break before the defense continues at 2:15. So in the same room. Welcome back. Please sit down. And welcome to Master Ieva Gudaityté's doctoral defense today, Wednesday, 25th of March, 2026. On the 6th of October, 2025, Master Ieva Gudaityté submitted a thesis entitled Listening to War Through Digital Community Radio Practices in Ukraine and Beyond, and sought to leave to present it for the degree of Philosophiae Doctor at this university. On the recommendation of the Department of Musicology, the Faculty of Humanities appointed the following evaluation committee: Dr. J. Martin Daughtry, New York University; Professor Kate Lacey, University of Sussex; and Professor Peter Edwards, University of Oslo. Professor Peter Edwards served as coordinator of the committee. On the 26th of January 2026, the evaluation committee reported that it had found the thesis worthy of being defended at a public defense for the degree of Philosophiae Doctor. And earlier today, the candidate gave the prescribed trial lecture on the following topic: Sonic ecologies in times of emergency. What can researching urban soundscapes reveal about responses to social change, conflict, and crisis? The trial lecture has been found satisfactory by the evaluation committee. Now the candidate is to defend her thesis in public. The first opponent in the defense will be Professor Kate Lacey, and the second opponent, Dr. J. Martin Daughtry. He is attending online. Should any person present wish to speak as an opponent ex auditorio, notice should be given to me before the second ordinary opponent is called upon to speak in the break. Only the in-person audiences can ask questions ex auditorio. And may I kindly ask the audience to turn off any mobile phones. So, I will now call upon the doctoral candidate, Ieva Gudaityté, to come forward and give her introduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for coming to the public defense of my thesis, titled Listening to War Through Digital Community Radio Practices in Ukraine and Beyond. So, in this brief introduction, I would like to start today the way I started my research into digital community radio practices, which is at Kashmir Radio in Berlin. The first time I arrived in Kashmir was back in 2021, even though we have worked together previously, when one of the co-founders, Matteo Spano, and I sat down together to discuss what is this thing we call digital community radio practices and the kind of work that we've been doing so far. So Matteo spoke about Radio Alice in Bologna in the 70s. I spoke about Hungarian radios, Radio Tilos and Radio Lamajun. And this was where this kind of journey really started. And since then, I've been engaged in various radio formations as a radio host, as an organizer, as a facilitator of discussions, etc. And some of these examples you will find in this thesis. But my point now is to show you what are the digital community radio practices, which is, well, first and foremost, a studio, like the one you can see on the screen on the left. And this is where a host, like I was, for example, for some of the examples that also feature in the thesis, that's exactly where I was when we were having conversations about, for example, what it means to be a host. On the right side, you see the rest of the studio in Berlin, in Wedding, and it's kind of covered with these rugs, and a lot of things take place. This, in particular, is a workshop about East Berlin radio called DT64, and you can see power to the east side on the screen there. But this space can also be used for concerts, social gatherings, discussions, workshops, sometimes turning into parties, and sometimes turning into very serious discussions. This particular workshop, that was a kind of first phase of a festival, Signals to Noise, that brought a lot of Central and Eastern European radios together. We're also there to discuss this purpose. What is, first of all, this thing that we call digital community radio practice? And why is it radiophonic? What makes it a radio in this day and age? Why does it make sense to gather together in this particular way in these radio studios across Europe and the world, really? So this desire to search for meaning that I saw happening in these radio studios went beyond, let's say, just parties, but also to some serious discussion on quite existential questions, and engaged in both aesthetic and conceptual exploration of what sound can do, what music and sharing these practices of music and sound art through this particular kind of media, really, what kind of impact does it have in other spheres of cultural activity. And all of that brings me and this work that I wrote down in this thesis. I want to play you a jingle for Radio Kashmir because, after all, we are talking about sound.
Kashmir, 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 Kashmir. Great.
So this is a sonic vignette that represents Kashmir's identity, and this is where the name Kashmir Radio comes from, the Kashmir goat that the wool is made from, and that's where the sounds of goats, I don't know how to describe those sounds, are coming from. And so it gives a pretty good impression, I think, of the kind of sonic identity that means unserious business in some ways, while some quite serious debates can happen at the same time. In thinking about these questions over years of practice and various involvement through and countless interactions of radio has allowed me to access this knowledge-making work that the thesis is a result of. And I have arrived there to these conclusions. In asking why sound matters to people, I found that people use mediated sound and music to make sense out of their realities. And this making sense differs from other media, such as text or image, and opens a way to think about oral epistemic justice. By oral epistemic justice, I mean legitimate way of using sound to claim knowledge of things and use it as a form of witnessing to then have certain works of around improving or bettering or bringing certain questions of social and other justice to the foreground. In this kind of socio-technological moments that digital community radio stations are, radiologics permeate into new forms of audio media by carrying connotations of sociability, intimacy, but also distance for reflection. That is, the way we are enculturated in relating to radio, the way we trust our hosts, for example, to sort of give us truthfulness or a sense of authenticity, is also built on previous logics of audio media and these that are embedded in the separation of, let's say, private listener at home of the radio. But also, there is a kind of scientific distance in listening to radio and trusting it. Now, I will return to this at the end because what this thesis is really asking is what's happened to these things in situations like war. And the studios that are very much like Kashmir and are the main characters of this thesis are many, but I will just introduce you to several. The first one is Radio Hazolin in Kyiv, and you can see the team of Hazolin there on the left. The Sasha, who is leaning against the wall, is this person here playing for the booth. The booth is kind of up the stairs to the right, so that window connects to this little area where people would hang out and sort of play music. Hazolin started just 2 days before the full-scale invasion. They stopped and then they came back again. And this is how they sound.
Gasoline radio.
So again, we have this kind of mimicry of an engine turning on and Hazolin, gasoline. And this actually is the name gasoline in Kirillitsa spilled as an oil mark on water. kind of goes into the jingle, but you can also hear a kind of electronic aesthetics that inform a lot of the music that is being played there. The other radio that features quite predominantly in my thesis is 20 feet radio in Kiev. And the name 20 feet comes from this 20 feet squared container that the radio studio is based in. And so that is in the former location close to a famous Ukrainian club, Closer. And they then moved to Kirillivska 41, K41, another club, which you can see there on the top left. This is the team back in 2018, I think, when they started. You can see that that container works as a radio booth, but also as a kind of stage for parties that can happen during the warm summer periods with the kind of two containers. This one at the back is actually a mobile one that works as a bar, but also people bring that to festivals around Ukraine. And this is their signature sound. Quite dark. It could be described as quite dark, which also probably speaks about something that 20 feet represents itself as. There are many others that feature in my thesis, and you can read about them. Jeden radio in Uzhhorod, close to the Romanian and Hungarian border. Paska is a venue that has Radio Mandrivne, which means in Ukrainian traveling radio. They actually, a month ago, recently got funding to proceed with this project. Radio Capital in Warsaw, Shukaj, which in Ukrainian means to go and search for, imperative form for search, which is a label that re-releases old recordings, but also they have now regular show at a London-based, radio station, NTS, if you're familiar with that. I also talk about networks such as Eastern Days, which is this platform to communicate lesser-known Central and Eastern European sounds, and ICRN, Independent Community Radio Network, which gathers a lot of community radios together, including Radio Rakel here in Oslo. But to zoom out from what is this kind of big network into very much the particular references and more concrete elements that are quoted in this thesis. My research for that work started at around March 2023 to September 2024, in this kind of year and a half. And I want to say that, there are inevitably limitations to claiming to ever know a life in wartime. So this thesis captures a particular moment of a much broader ways that sound and cultural practices have been disrupted and altered by war. Which I will go into in a detail, but I just want to kind of show that, all of these things, the radio shows, events, roundtable discussions, festivals, jokes, memes, artworks, etc., all of that is a much bigger world, and all of them come together in this work, even though the quotations come from these 17 interviews with the core members of these radio stations. So I will offer three kind of ideas about how war changes these radio practices, but I do not claim that they are in any way finite. So first of all, war changes access to infrastructure. And that means many things. On the image on the left, you see trajectories of missiles flying into Kiev in this particular case, I think it was 20th of February this year, just before the mark of 4th year of full-scale invasion. And these means that there were actual sounds of these missile flyings, there were air raid sirens, and etc., that informed the way the city sounds for people practicing these radio stations. Another thing would be a sound of generators and electricity cuts, which were particularly dire this winter. And to this day, parts of Kiev don't have access to stable electricity infrastructure, and it will take months, as the energy workers claim, to restore it to the normal because of the strategic attacks on the civilian energy infrastructure. So you can imagine how for musicians who they find themselves as electronic musicians, not having electricity, it changes the way they practice day to day. That also informs the way they listen in everyday life because of all these sounds, but also these other meta ways of, for example, accessing other radio stations because of electricity, etc. Another infrastructure element that changes is the curfew, because you don't have access to a lot of things from 12 to 5 a.m., and therefore night culture, as we know, ceases to exist. Metro stops, for example, stop working during night, also during air raid sirens, so people cannot get to the left side of Kyiv, etc. So there is obscuring of accessibility of things as well. And all of that comes into ways radio stations can operate. The second way that war changes how community radio operates and what kind of questions it asks is that war changes access to civil rights and status of a civilian. For those of you who were here for my lecture in the morning, we have discussed how the very declaration of martial law means that, for example, men of certain age cannot leave the country from 18 to 65, even though in the first stages of war there was this idea that young people should be saved for the future, and it was more kind of older men who were drafted. Nevertheless, that changes what kind of relationship, what to the civil rights people have to access depending on who they are. Many musicians and artists also chose to join the armed forces, including, for example, John Object, who's there on the left. And I talk about them in my thesis, and about John Object, he describes himself as a former musician, now Private Timur Jaharov. Declaring martial law also means that media become critical in this kind of restructurization, becomes the main critical source of information. And there have been criticism that endangers the media plurality and also potentially requires people to find other ways to organize around sonic media. Social media, such as Telegram, which also has gained significance, and that also has its own sonic phenomena, let's put it this way. But the bigger process of this shifting understanding of what it means to be a civilian in times of war can raise questions like, why does it make to do radio and make music in these circumstances? For Ukrainians, for many Ukrainians and almost everybody I spoke to, becoming a volunteer of some sort has become very important. So they would either mobilize around searching for various needs, so either looking for weapons or humanitarian aid to send to their family members or friends who are in the front lines or living close to them. Or, for example, coming together in restoring the damaged cities. For example, this is in Chernihiv, I think, and this is an example of Reif Toloka by Repair Together, where people were playing music and, cleaning the debris and restoring the cultural house of that city. These kind of moral dilemmas really bring out the question of value of entertainment. Where potentially your life is under a threat, how can I serve my community, if not necessarily the state? Because anarchic sentiment is also something that I come across in my interviews, with my interviewees. That kind of question of how to save my community gains a slightly different significance and meaning. And I talk about it in chapters 3 and 4, but actually these threads are threaded throughout. The third thing, and perhaps the most abstract, change is the way war affects social moods and the very textile of society. That includes not only the change of demographics, but also spikes of new groups appearing. For example, IDPs, internally displaced people, or war veterans with disability, which would be a different kind of demographic group that also plays into different kind of social organization of places around the radio. These two images here are about collaborations that happen from Ukraine and abroad, because, and this is where I dedicate chapter 6, there is also a kind of broader geopolitical solidarities that emerge. For example, with Capital Radio in Warsaw, which is this image there, and this is from a radio show called Solidarity Letter, where a lot of different artists would send in their voice notes from Ukraine to kind of come up with this radio show on Radio Capital. This is a book that kind of features a lot of musicians and radio hosts talking about their experiences. So trauma, as such, also changes the way stories are told through sound. That would, and this is what chapter 5 talks about. The audio storytelling rhetorics and the reason to tell these stories, the significance of telling these stories changes. Archival practices gain new importance in the face of heritage destruction, but also because there are renewed interests in finding historical reasons for why this war is happening the way it is. And this is also explored in one of the chapters in my thesis. To come back to this question that I posed initially, why does sound and why does radio matter in the reality of war? The same kind of answers start to gain slightly different, reveal slightly different social and cultural realities. People use mediated sound and music to make sense out of their reality and the way it's changed dramatically. This making sense differs from other media, such as text, image, and others, and opens ways to think about oral epistemic justice. So, for example, witnessing the sounds and kind of telling them for the world to hear. Radiologics permeate into new forms of audio media by carrying connotation of sociability, intimacy, but also distance for reflection. So this kind of sociability and intimacy can mean that people use radio because it's a medium that allows to tell these kind of vulnerable or personal stories, because there's this implied trust and sort of closeness to the listener that radiologics imply. But also the kind of distance of reflections allows to have both for the radio hosts and their listeners to have that distance to reflect on what's happening. So using media as to actively work through your experiences, your sonic experiences, as you make radio in situations like this. Now, someone who is engaged in a kind of work that is aimed at this particular distance point, so, you know, the idea of being able to offer critical reflection as a researcher coming with these questions to community radios that might be useful for people on the ground, and also having some time after submitting to also do some self-reflection and takes a bit, maybe even a broader look at my thesis. I would like to conclude with sharing some of these questions that I'm arriving still constantly, I think. As researchers interested in music making and broader kind of human activity as it reveals itself through sound, how do we gaze on hope without forcing it onto our observed phenomena? On the other side of the same question could be, how can we relate to certain cynical narratives? So how do we balance these, let's say, ends of the spectrum of being cynical or being hopeful as we enter the field, so to speak? Or maybe is choosing hope in itself an ethical responsibility that we have? When we look at situations where people choose to continue to make music, to gather in these radio stations, how can we hold both what I call the poetic truths of living in the world, that is making sense of your reality through sound and through these kind of poetic actions, with what I would call academic truths of situating that in other world of ideas and other realities? The worry that a lot of my radio practitioners, I call them my radio practitioners that I interviewed, and broader scholarly conversations raise is that in the kind of critical times like Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, this intense part of war and living through it can challenge spaces and opportunities to open critical discussions because of already intense and highly charged political and social realities. A lot of radio practitioners desire to be critical, they desire to have this reflection, and they, you know, balance the being both supportive to the defense efforts, but also being critical to the state. They can raise questions of the kind of social justice, you know, they are fighting for. What kind of Ukraine do they imagine would emerge from this? Or potentially, even more realistically, they don't have the luxury to wait for that, and by being realistic, they want to start addressing these questions of, you know, cultural, epistemic injustice, social problems, etc. In asking how critical listening can be fostered in critical times, which is something the radio practitioners in this thesis are asking, I want to pose a slightly self-reflexive question and invite us to think about the responsibility of this kind of critical listening, how much of this falls on us as researchers. So I'm not sure if I have found answers yet, but my final introductory thought is this is where probably this thesis has brought me to. Thank you.
I should say that? Yeah.
Thank you for your introduction, Ieva. I will now call upon the first opponent, Professor Kate Basie, to come forward.
Thank you for the introduction to your thesis. Thank you to the university for inviting me to read your thesis, which has been a wonderful experience, and I've learnt a lot, and to obviously take part in this event today. So it's nice to see you now. I've had my back to you all morning. I wanted to start, I'm called an opponent, but I just wanted to start by saying that I really did thoroughly enjoy reading your thesis. I think it's full of really rich and relevant material. I think the analysis is rigorous and insightful. It's presented with admirable confidence and clarity, just as your talks today have been as well. And I think one of the things that I really like about your work is that it works on both the macro level and the micro level. So it's not afraid to address those high-level questions, such as how war is experienced through listening, how sound and music convey the complexities of human experience in wartime, and how meaning is negotiated between the individual and the collective. But it also delves into those more micro everyday questions of how individual practitioners and radio stations have navigated those changing conditions and challenges of life since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And I also really like the way that you're quite upfront about how your focus on these radio practices isn't an attempt to elevate them above other cultural practices of community and communication that are at play. And I think the way that you continually connect your research to a wide range of transnational studies and perspectives is really refreshing and adds even greater resonance to your work. So to be clear, I think that the way you marshal such a wide range of primary material that you were just introducing us to there, and the way that you intervene in quite a wide range of scholarly debates, means that your thesis certainly, I think, makes an original and significant contribution to knowledge. So I could sit here all day and just wax lyrical and tell you all the things that I think are good about it. But I'm supposed to oppose you and invite you to defend your work. So I've got a series of questions to kick things off, but I do hope that along the way we just kind of get more into a conversation about things. So in terms of a plan, I've got questions about the motivations and your positionality in relation to the work. Some questions about the framing, some questions of the definitions that you use, a few questions about methodology and ethics of research, and something then about your contribution and future directions. All things I'm sure you'll have expected. Sip of water. And actually, you did begin your presentation just now talking about, where the project came from. But I am interested in just hearing a little bit more about the genesis of the project and what kinds of research questions you started with and how they changed over the course of your research and in relation to changing events. And then a little bit more about your positionality in relation to the work, particularly your position, I suppose, reading into it, as an outsider, as a radio practitioner, as you've been talking about, as a young person, as an interdisciplinary academic. You talk about how you're bridging ethnomusicology, sound studies, and radio studies, just to name the three most important ones. So I suppose, as you said here, does the project really begin with your work with Kashmir Radio, or would you start the story somewhere else? And I suppose, how did you get to Kashmir Radio in the first place?
Thank you also for such a kind introduction. It started earlier. This was also a kind of poetic mechanism to start the introduction. My master's thesis was about Hungarian radios, so Radio Tilos and Radio Lamajun. So this is probably where it started in the kind of serious capacity. And those research questions have, I think, solidified. So my undergrad was in physics and music, and I think I was always interested in the kind of humanities questions, but also the kind of technological or kind of infrastructural, so to speak, element of around music and sound, and always maybe being a bit skeptical about that separation for my own work. And so radio seemed to combine those in a very rich way that I found particularly very interesting. And and then kind of looking at histories of radio, thinking about Cold War histories as well, because I think as a researcher also coming from just more lived knowledge maybe about Eastern Europe and starting to read about those things, I think I started seeing also gaps of knowledge in that sense. And I was interested what happens there, what happens when maybe certain like political alliances are swapped, for example. But with this particular thesis topic, actually, initially, when I applied for a PhD position here, I wanted to look at radios in Belarus and Georgia. And my main question was always, what happens to these kinds of sort of socio-technological, as I think I mentioned in the thesis, units, when, you know, there is some sort of political turmoil, when something really dramatic happens. And it was back in, so it was back 2023, two, right? Two, because that's exactly when the full-scale invasion started. It was the aftermath of uprisings in Belarus, Georgia. There were things happening already, and I just kind of wanted to understand more what happens in this kind of larger scale work. And then actually my PhD interview was on the 24th of February. So I woke up to this news that the war has started, full-scale invasion, the war started in 2014. And I think there was this kind of, well, if I am actually interested in what happens to this kind of, you know, music sound work in the kind of dramatic political circumstances, well, this, I mean, can there be anything more than this in that situation? So that was really, I think, a combination of trying to look out into the world and see what interests me and what, you know, is happening, sort of not to just expect the world to give me answers to the questions that I've already sort of been thinking about asking it, but also obviously steering my interests in angles to which I can look at these. So this probably be answering the Genesis question. Mm-hmm. And should I go through all of the initial ones, or?
Yeah, I mean, to talk about your positionality as an outsider and a practitioner and so on as well.
Yeah, this is an interesting question, and I was thinking a lot about how when we think about positionality, we very often think about this kind of representational politics perspective. So what does me as a voice have to do? And I think there's quite an elegant, interesting combination, also your work in thinking about how me as a listener, as lending my ear to these practices, play into these kind of bigger politics. So I think there is a practical and a sort of deeper answer to that question. The practical is that I had access to these things. So I had access to people who are doing these things. They trusted me because they knew that I will know what they are doing, that I will know what kind of questions to ask, what are the hardships potential of that work. They took me as an insider. A very interesting thing about positionality is that me coming into interviews, or like asking for interviews for Ukrainian participants, especially at the very early stages of full-scale invasion, was that I am Lithuanian. And that meant for a lot of people that they will not have to do the emotional labor of explaining the history of this war, for example. And they took me as one of their own also in these kind of geopolitical alliances. So yeah, because of that access, it probably that's the practical answer to this. But of course, the reason why I'm there and the reason why I chose to answer these things, I mean, my practical work with radio actually is a consequence of my research in many ways, rather than the reason to do that research. So these things are interrelated, and that position and that kind of stepping in and out of those roles, I think it's, if anything, it's a very I think it can be very humbling, because the way people who can see in those different roles what kind of things they say and the kind of expectations they have of your work, or in the answers that they potentially want to hear after you've done some research, are really different, and I think they all inform that kind of knowledge. So I think that's one way of answering that.
I mean, it is interesting to hear you talk about being both an insider and an outsider in different kinds of ways. One of the reasons I was asking the question is because it isn't something that you've chosen to write about in the thesis. So you haven't sort of foregrounded or critically reflected very much on your own positionality. You kind of get a sense that you obviously have worked at Kashmir Radio and so on. And it was a bit of a surprise to me, because you were also talking about how some of your methodology is grounded in kind of feminist epistemologies, where it would be much more common to sort of put yourself into the narrative like that. So was there a particular decision for you? I mean, you've already said something about you wanted to be in the position of a listener, and so on, but was it a deliberate decision not to put your position into it explicitly like that?
Well, I mean, in case of Ukrainian radios in particular, they were completely new to me in that sense. So for me, it was important not to claim knowledge or the kind of what would be the word, the kind of weight, let's say, of my own voice if I was not actually a practitioner in any of those radios in particular. And you know, when I'm trying to, when in the way I'm trying to describe the cultural workers of these radios, I'm not in the way that they are. So for me, it was important not to, I think, you know, to kind of acknowledge that the work that I'm doing here is an academic work. I am, you know, I am having a distance. I'm reflecting on these ways, and so. But I see your, and I was thinking about this about how the politics of situating yourself in this kind of you know, the feminist politics of being vulnerable in a way in this work as a person entering those things, and whether whether including that could have been something else, or could have like made this research maybe into something else as well. And you know, if I'm being very honest, I think this vulnerability question is an interesting one, because I think I was trying to show it through the way I'm looking at the phenomena. I think I was trying to avoid an overtly sort of self-focused gaze. In that perspective, that I wanted to lift up those voices, and I thought that this listening for me really answered that kind of political participation through listening, you know, through being like an active listener instead of as well as, you know, saying my own agency, my own piece, if that's.
Thank you. I wonder if we can go a bit deeper into something that you put at the core of your thesis, and you've mentioned it already today in the presentation, this idea of making sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's such a useful phrase, because it combines that idea of the affective sensorium, if you like, with cognitive reflection. And I was wondering whether this was a hypothesis for you at the outset, something you went into, or whether it was something that emerged as an explanation for the kinds of things that your interviewees were telling you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you for this question. It was definitely an emerging question from the way people were talking about, and you know, in this, what made sense to make sense, so to speak. Because I mean, I entered with like, I thought about, I think in the draft title there was this idea of participation as a way of talking about this. I think I was thinking about how to, you know, ways that there is a kind of joyful strategy, how horrible circumstances and radio can make them more enjoyable, and how can we think about these things that are not necessarily, you know, trauma and grief and pain, but also these kind of positives, so to speak, and how do we sort of, you know, intellectually combine that without, you know, I think telling something about the reality that is not true. And making sense came out as this way that, you know, there is a meaning and there is a kind of gratification of making sense out of something, even if it doesn't fall in these binary categories of, you know, this is fun and this is horrible. So it really emerged from that. And I think then having this kind of, you know, again, this kind of, it's not serendipity really, because I think that's where my readings were taking me. But there was a moment of, you know, kind of suddenly planets aligning and realizing that the sensory history and thinking about senses as these cultural practices, as these histories, as also these political anthropotechnologies. So I talk about orality, right, for example. So that also felt that it fits the kind of politics where I'm trying to see how people are trying to create knowledge, right, in these situations, that is in itself a very satisfying thing for them to do. It's a meaningful thing to do. So making sense just fit, it kind of explain in that sense what's happening.
No, that's worked very well. Following on, maybe to follow on from that, you say, so on page 6, it's very early on, you say that in the thesis you're going to refuse, quote, to treat any sound practice as benign or neutral at war. And I found that quite a striking phrase, and one that clearly sets out a political position from the outset, and political in the sense, I mean, of understanding the relations of power.
Yeah.
So I just wonder if you can expand on that decision to refuse to treat any sound practice as benign or neutral in war.
So what I meant there, I think several things. So one is that I wanted to refuse this way of using music as this inherently humanizing thing. So this, I mean, in simple terms, you know, people are making music in war, therefore they're allowed humanity because they're doing these things like making music or cultural practices. Which I think for me that was this kind of, I mean, well, it's not really benign, but it's a bit infantilizing, or like there's a certain naivete to that look, I think. And also in the same sense about listening, right? That kind of, that sound in itself, the exertion of sound and listening to sound is not even if, even if it doesn't have a kind of expressive, so to speak, directly quality, it doesn't mean that it doesn't have a consequence. So that would be those two main, yeah. I think there was this kind of, this thinking about kind of epistemic hierarchies as well, when we think that if something is written or if something is visible, it has this kind of big, stronger weight, right, in as evidence, whereas sound is seen as, this more benign thing that passes, and I wanted to kind of sort of write against it, let's say.
So in a way, less political, or maybe not only political but also ethical.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think there's, and we can go into the histories, right, of musicology and thinking about how, music is seen as this, there's a tradition of thinking in which music is kind of detached from the lived experience of as a kind of thing that we do, but it has this kind of abstraction, right? It has this divine intervention. It has this own logics of authorship that works in a slightly, I think, when we think about art history, even though I'm not an art historian or expert, but we talk about paint, I think, maybe more than we talk about, wires and ropes and things in music industry. And I think that is because we just don't take sound so seriously. We don't think it's so powerful, or maybe, it doesn't have the same economy even behind it in those situations. There are many answers to that.
Yeah.
Could be another thesis.
Maybe this carries on, but it's moving on to questions of methodology, because one of the things I think you do really well in the thesis is to talk about your methodology as patchwork. And I think this idea of making do with the fragments of materials available to you, particularly under these kind of conditions, and letting the seam show, as you put it, which was a nice phrase. It's all great, as are the connections you make to feminist methodologies. But I wonder if you could say a bit more about the ethical review process, talking about ethics, because the ethical considerations in the thesis are kind of dispersed throughout. There's not a section where you sort of grapple with it head on, so to speak. So I wonder if you can summarise the considerations that you made in the research design and how they maybe changed over the course of the research, which is to do with ethics and also, I guess, risk assessment for everybody.
So, there is a very practical answer to that, which I think concerns more with data storage, ethical side of data storage than the actual research. And this is something that actually I added in the last printing of this thesis, is that there is a Norwegian agency for shared service in education and research that basically approves that we, as researchers, are allowed to collect and store certain data. So there was a kind of framework in which I informed them about the kind of research I get, and they allowed me to do it and told me not to share it, basically called it red data. So there's the kind of practical thing in the sense of somebody thinking about the fact, because there are also ethics around the fact that sound in itself is data, and etc. We don't have ethics committees the way medicine students do, right, in humanities departments, which I think is an interesting question in itself. Why and what kind of research we what kind of research is risky because of the harm that it can cause, but also what are the ethical consequences of not looking at the research where harm is caused. And that is probably my ethical take, was that I think we should look at situations that are difficult. However, it often cases means that there's more work on researcher to go around these, and patchwork ethnography was one of the ways that was really helpful to think about that. Because again, with this kind of, the ethical take in a broad sense is to make, I think for me it's based on consent. So if people who I'm talking to agree to participate in that, and they all looked at what's been written in a way of like answering whether I understood them correctly, right? Or whether they want to participate, and they could have drawn out of the study whenever they wanted. Most people didn't want to be anonymized. They actually wanted to claim ownership of the thing that they do, right? And again, there is a lot of written about the way the very asking questions and being interested in that experience can be therapeutic for people experiencing certain dramatic situations. So that consent for me was my leading motivation for ethics, right?
And in that sense, for considering that people are making knowledge, then it, kind of, and they're using also patchwork ethnographies in that sense, because they're also broadcasting, they are sharing on social media, they're collecting answers, etc. Then it seemed to me that mirroring those methods and the ethics that people apply on the ground in the research is ethical. But the interesting thing that has changed over the course is that I feel I became more confident in saying things back at people and claiming, that, or disagreeing with, let's say, or not necessarily disagreeing in a kind of antagonistic sense, but, engaging in owning an opinion, even though I obviously cannot understand what living through war is like, and a lot of these interviews were online. But this knowledge, this feeling that this is something that is important to say because I get, through the research and through kind of this conversations and feedback loops, understanding that it matters to people, that kind of, I think that changed this understanding of ethical stances, not always just to not cause harm or stay away in a kind of neutral position, but actually say things and potentially even say things back to people, even if they might not necessarily be things that people are, they might not always agree with me, and I think that is ethical as researchers, because that's our job, I think, to offer that critical work back at the reality, let's say.
I think that's really interesting. I mean, we do have ethics committees in the UK, and very often that kind of risk aversion means that certain things don't happen that maybe for the reasons you say should happen.
I mean, to be honest, I think there is something about the way what kind of institutional work should be done to protect the researcher. And I'm not positioned to answer that, but I think it should be a question, right, of what it means emotionally to work through these things. So I think that it's also, this kind of whose ethical responsibility it is. It's a broader question, right? Yeah,
but you answered it very well. Were there any kind of methodological avenues that you would have wished you have pursued had conditions been different? Because
of course
the patchwork is obviously a response to the difficulties of the situation. But.
I mean, I would have loved to stay and, in Kyiv for a longer time, but I was not allowed that. So I think being in the situation for a long time is it's just very, I think, it's interesting for a researcher. I think it's, I do think that it really is a practical question about methodology. So the more time and resources I had, the deeper I would have gone into these practices. I mean, I do think that some of these methods are quite interhuman in the sense of having a conversation with people, which is the primary method of doing any field related, just working with people. So just to have longer conversations probably, and sort of learning how to hear people better through that. I'm thinking if there's anything else methodologically I would have loved to do. No, I think just going deeper and broader probably. Yeah.
Moving on to some of the questions to do with framing and definitions and so on. Again, I have read the whole thing, but on page 2, you say that this radio formation is built on the notion of independence from any private or public interest. And you say how it's separate from commercial FM, talk AM, college stations, public broadcasting. And you say, in fact, the radio formation under examination here may first appear difficult to recognise as radio. So I'm kind of interested, not so much in the definition of radio, because you've talked about that a little bit, but this notion of independence from both public and private, because I'm kind of wondering what is that space in between, because you do also work with the idea of public.
Yeah.
So does public here mean state interest, for example? I'm just kind of interested in that notion of independence and your definition, well, not your definitions, but how public and private being mobilised in your work.
I think in the kind of most general sense it would, and some states have this even in legal framework where you have public broadcasting, private broadcasting, and this kind of third sector media. And different states have different legislations about frequencies, right? These radios don't need frequencies, but that's where this independence kind of comes from, right? This idea of having a frequency that is not funded by the state, not protected by the state or the commercial. I think it's quite interesting because in like the historical overview, this independence, it's not an absolute term. It's a very much situated in a particular time and place. So, for example, in the 90s in Eastern Europe, independent radios would be commercial radios because state would be, more a source of dependence. Or there was an idea, right, that the authoritarian state creates dependence. Whereas now maybe we would think that actually private is much more of a dependent, creates much more dependence than a public funding, right? So these are, but in that sense, I think there is this idea, at least there is a value, there is a bit of a, like, I think an ideal that the radios are seeking is to be independent, which I think means critical mostly for people. And this idea that they are free thinkers in the way that they do this radio. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. There's okay. Jumping ahead to chapter 4.
Yeah.
you have a different definition. I didn't write the page number down, but you talk about there being a recorded radio audiovisual stream. And I just wondered what the word radio is doing in that phrase. And you've talked about it a little bit already today, the way in which we and your interviewees work with a language that's kind of playing catch-up. You're working with the cultural memory of previous audio forms. So I'm wondering if that's what the word radio is doing in that phrase, this recorded radio audiovisual stream. But whether there's something about the schedule that you could say, about scheduling and liveness, and whether that lies at the heart of actually why the word radio is still useful for the practitioners and for you as a scholar.
So I think, absolutely, I think liveness, so there are two things, liveness and being part of a broader kind of group that defines itself as one source of content, right? So this idea that, I think in comparison, I think it's maybe easier to think about it in comparison. So the difference between a podcast and a radio show would be that a podcast exists in this broad reality of a lot of things, whereas a radio would have a radio editor saying, okay, you can do this radio show and your radio show is going to be at that time, so what you refer to as scheduling. And it exists along other things, and it kind of shares responsibility of identity as well, and a particular audience, etc. And I think for a listener, it would mean that you're tuning into the radio station often more than to a particular show, whereas something that as a podcast would be you're tuning into this particular content. And I think this choice and this kind of control versus surprise element is also something that is one of those radio logics that I kind of referred to. But liveness is absolutely true, and I think that is also, there are, and we can trace these, ideologies back to rock and roll and popular culture. This idea of authentic, real, full of errors experience of listening to something. So the fact that it's like a real person whose face you see in front of a mic doing something lively to an audience potentially is also something that has this radiophonic aesthetics or it's kind of social logics, right? So both of those things, I think, both the fact that it's scheduled amongst other things and the fact that it's live.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think that it's something about intersubjectivity as well. It's about knowing that there are other people in the moment elsewhere, but at the same time. So it's at the listening end as much as liveness is at the listening end as much as it is at the production end. But it's interesting as well because that distinction that you draw, or that people in general draw between radio and podcasting, kind of breaks down when you stop and think about it, because the radio programs that you're talking about as being live are also then archived.
Yeah,
aren't
absolutely.
they, and become podcasts in effect. And
Absolutely.
Podcasts very often are scheduled as well, but just not in a constant daily stream. They'll drop at certain regular times very often.
And like access to a podcast would be slightly different. I think the kind of the entrance point for a listener would be slightly different. But I mean, like one of the things that radio practitioners say, and I think, is it Liza Gittelman who talks about that, this idea that for a radio practitioner it's important for them not to feel like they're left outside of the historical time of today. So if there exists podcasts, and I mean, and all these other things, then for them to do their practice, ignoring that they exist and ignoring these aesthetics also feels just not practical. And I think that's the challenge of this defining this media. I mean, I had a very good thought. Sorry. Yes, to be outside of historical time, does not make sense And and I think also another thing is that when we think about podcasts, if we look at a lot of podcasts, they actually are produced by radio stations. That also is a phenomenon that we see today. Radio stations, national broadcasters produce podcasts. And then that question becomes completely different than who, potentially has authorship rights, which is another way of thinking about these, which is not what I do here, but I think there's so many ways of looking at these media logics and sound formats.
It's interesting because very often if you're trying to pin definitions down, it can become a bit sort of like train spotting, or I should be rude about train spotters, but it can close things down. But actually, to talk about definitions is, if everybody's talking about, well, is it a podcast, is it radio, then you get into these more interesting questions, which is cool.
I agree.
And for the practitioners as well.
Yeah.
Moving on to listening, because that is in your title. So you say in your thesis that you aim to understand the workings of public listening from the perspective of cultural workers. And I have to say, I really like that. I like the way in which you understand that the producers of these sonic texts are also listeners, and that their artistic output is a response to their own listening as much as an appeal to potential listening publics or audiences. But by the same token, I think there's rather little in the thesis about listeners beyond what seems to be this very tight, knitted community of interest, in a particular genre of music, in effect, I suppose. So I wonder if you can speak to that decision not to pursue audience or reception analysis in the conventional sense, and whether you found out anything about how cultural workers conceive of listening that perhaps surprised you, or that you found particularly fruitful for your analysis. Another double-pronged question, I'm afraid.
I just want to make a note. Yes. Okay, so there's a lot to say about this. So first of all, I will start with the most practical one. It's very hard to trace who the listener is when we're talking about digital presence of a radio that doesn't have access to their servers often, right? So, I mean, especially when I was looking at radios in Ukraine, it's, a challenge to talk to hosts, let alone find out who are the listeners, like how would I access that data? However, this is a lazy answer to that question, and I don't think that that's really you're asking. And well, again, and this is where this positionality thing maybe comes through as well. And one of the things that I wanted to show in this thesis, that when I think about radio, I kind of have to also include the fact that there are, radio stations next to clubs, or that they're in this neighborhood that is also a neighborhood where this university is, etc., because they exist as spaces in the city where people gather, and very often, so like both Hazelin Studio and 20 Feet is a hangout place where people come and they chat. So they are those listeners or friends of listeners, and there's a lot of this kind of word of mouth, grassroots communication on what is the vibe, right? And what the listeners need. So this kind of thinking about the fact that radio practitioners are listeners is really not, and sort of, really it's not an overestimation or underestimation of how few listeners there are to these radio stations, which is also not it's not a hugely popular practice, in the kind of global sense. But it really, just to kind of show that this is really how they operate, and this idea that people come together in the studio and they listen together, or there is a kind of, public, a small public, right? Like a minor public element of people getting feedback from the word of mouth, and that speaks to this intimacy and these, like, also again, these kind of rock and roll history, ideology, logics, that people are close to their listeners, close to the people. Radio is close to the people. But the third point about listeners is, I think, and this comes back to your question about independence, which also thank you, because now it's a very nice way to answer that question, is that one of the ideas is that not to care about listeners, because thinking about listeners means thinking about audience is this in this kind of market research, and we have a whole, and you know more than me, history of media studies of audience research as a way to quantify how public broadcasting works and who it serves, right? So for radio practitioners, not to think about listeners means that they don't care if they're being heard. And jeden radio, for example, means jeden means one or alone in Ukrainian, and that is the idea that this is a radio for one person, because if one person finds the show interesting, then we were successful, because our job is not to be, popular. Our job is to be, I don't know, true to ourselves, or all of these other kind of value categories.
Yeah.
So,
and I think that's particularly poignant now, where we live in this attention economy, where so actually to resist that kind of quantification of the audience in some kind of way is quite a radical.
Yeah, and it's all, and I mean, but also, I mean, you know, I don't want to sound overly romantic about that, because there's always this tension of popular culture, especially alternative popular culture, of wanting to be popular and actually wanting to be cool enough to be heard, while also not too cool for it to become mainstream. So, and this happens with this thing as well, right? Like, you want listeners, but only this certain kind of listeners.
Well, especially now, if, you know, the examples that you give, where there's sort of fundraising element and the consciousness raising element to it as well. So you kind of want you want it to resonate. I'm kind of conscious of time, and I've got so many questions. I'm going to jump ahead, but it does actually follow on, because you mentioned intimacy there, and it's in your final chapter on storytelling, which I think is a particularly strong and moving chapter, actually. And you have this really interesting discussion about the construction of intimacy in various ways. And much of it seemed to have to do with the affective properties of the human voice, narrating stories and sharing experiences. So I wondered if you wanted to argue that intimacy is also a property of the purely musical output, or perhaps to ask that in a different way, where is intimacy produced between sonic qualities, textural content, and the conditions of reception? That's a really difficult question.
Yeah.
But people often talk about intimacy, the intimacy of listening closely into a human voice, but most of the output that you're describing is not of that sort. It is in that chapter, but not elsewhere. So I'm just wondering if the intimacy argument works as well for the music output.
Well, if we think about intimacy as a kind of social contract, so that would mean that there have to be parties that make that contract, and with music, where let's say the owner of the sound, which would be the person having a voice, is a much more obvious party to participate in the contract of intimacy than music, which would have other kind of sonic elements in it. I think this is one way of, maybe, if I understand your question correctly, to think about that, is that intimacy requires vulnerability, and vulnerability requires identification of some sort. And, you know, the voice telling their stories is a much more identifiable intimate agent than a musical piece. I wouldn't claim that there is more intimacy in this or that. But I think if we think about the way we read cultural texts, this kind of vocalizing a lived experience is definitely the way, sort of socially constructive intimacies work quite effectively, I think. And there is also a big discussion about human voice, right? And what kind of reaction we have. And I mean, I'm not going into sort of cognitive sides of that, but I'm sure that there's a lot of, a lot of smarter ways of answering the reason why we react to human voice in ways.
That chapter and the one before it, you talk a lot about cultural memory and how that works, and I guess that feeds into the intimacy question. But it's also, I was kind of struck, and I know I shouldn't be asking you questions about things you haven't written about, but I was kind of struck that there wasn't, I think there's maybe one fleeting mention of COVID in the pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
And I was wondering if it came up in the conversations just because, or whether the experience of war has kind of obliterated that as a parallel memory, because in some ways the isolation, the need for comfort through communication and music and solace and so on would have been similar, and this is a generation that has literally just come out of that. I just wondered if there were any parallels, whether it came through.
So the generational thing in general, I think that is the element, the bit where you're referring to, where the interview is saying, like, can we, we had Maidan revolution, then we had COVID, now we have war, and like, can we just like get a break, essentially? Another thing where COVID came in, which I think it's illustrative, is that people made jokes, like, oh, we wish we had that back, like that was a nice emergency, So COVID came in definitely in and I think it's Olesa who talks about this kind of how they, from this practical side, we were building this alternative cultural infrastructure, and then the COVID happened, and it had economic and all these other consequences. Then we had to build it again, all of these kind of processes, this constant having to reinvent yourself, rebuild the audiences are changing. So there's definitely an element of that, but I think the full-scale invasion has like kind of also, just the scale of that, cannot be compared to COVID, I think, or wasn't comparable to COVID for a lot of people here. there's a broader thinking about how COVID potentially could have been more like helpful called community radios because people listen to more. And I would like to debunk that because actually, and this is broader about radio stations that are not, or mentioned in this thesis, not to like this extent, but part of this whole network. A lot of radio stations lost their studios because they couldn't afford rent anymore, because you know they would be also precarious workers. Otherwise, it would be cultural, you know, musicians or journalists or cultural workers. And COVID was a hard time for that, and so they couldn't afford rent because people wouldn't come. And often, you know, rent is also collected in different ways. Some radio stations would have like a bar or a cafe. If people don't come, there's no income. So COVID had this destructive effect for a lot of radios, but it also had, I think, a self-reflexive moment as well, and asking like, so what is this thing about sound and, you know, gathering together, etc. So both, so yes and yes and no, I think, in that sense. Yeah.
No, that's really one of the things I really like about your work is this sensitivity to the political economy, the sort of material conditions, as well as, you know, the emotional and cognitive and cultural and so on. But it does, your answer then just does connect to this discussion that you have in the thesis about nostalgia as well, and that idea, because I was kind of struck when there's a particular interviewee whose work is talking about reconstructing and remediating radio from the 90s, using an archive, remixing it, but somehow getting comfort from the sonic traces of a period which I'm not sure they would have remembered themselves. Like, it's hard to tell. And whether there's something there about the kind of the different sorts of nostalgia, this sort of restorative nostalgia and recuperative nostalgia, the kind of nostalgia that you would kind of invent because it feels like a more comfortable place to be.
I think there is an interesting thing about nostalgia, and so there was a thought, I will dare to say that now actually, that I didn't actually include in the thesis, but I was kind of thinking a bit conceptually about, you know, in case of Ukraine, is there really a period of nostalgia that can serve as this haven? Because 90s were also economically really difficult for a lot of people. So then when you go back, interwar, well, also, you know, and then how far ago do you have to go back to, like, I don't know, like, you know, Kievan night, you know, Olha's Kiev to go back and be like, oh, then we had like a very nice time. But in this particular example, this is Andrew Bez, who's making this installation about radio in like grandma's kitchen. That would be kind of the concept. And there is an actual memory of people, because they would be like, most of people are, you know, are sort of 30s to 40s, something like this. So, you know, in the 90s, they would remember maybe the soundscapes as kids, and this idea of naivete, this idea of hopeful 90s. But I agree with you absolutely that the 90s as a cultural construct, that it creates this hopeful thing, is by obviously constructed retrospectively, because it wasn't easy, or, you know, like how can we know? But this shift and this possibility, this kind of lost, I think the way to think about it could be this like lost future. So there was a moment where future was possible, and that is a nostalgic, that hopeful possibility of future, that opening is what creates that nostalgia, I think. But yes, of course, nostalgia is in itself, I think, a very powerful and I mean a dangerous thing as well, right? In a sense that it can, it can mobilize emotion in ways that can be manipulated as well.
Which kind of connects to something else I wanted to ask you about, which there seems to be a political and effective affinity between the radio stations you consider. So you mentioned things like all of them being queer affirming, left-leaning, and so on, and you explain how you made contact with the stations in a way organically through these mutual connections and recommendations. So two questions again. Are you sort of aware of any parallel alternative stations with different political leanings? So, and how does this reflect the general population in terms of its political leanings? You know, are there far-right versions of these kinds of alternative spaces, or do you think there's something about this alternative independent space which connects to one particular kind of political sensibility?
So there must be. I don't know. I cannot name specific ones in Ukrainian context in particular, but I can think of Lithuanian sort of community television shows that gather a particular kind of audience. So the hopeful assumption here would be that the question here is money and power and this kind of status quo idea, if we think about right as a sort of political leaning that reaffirms the existing power distribution and the kind of and the kind of economic as well as sort of political, then there's just not a lot of money to be made in these radio stations. But I mean, it's also a choice of mine to research this particular political leaning. I think there should absolutely be research about how the same kind of logics, the same kind of methods are used by also right-leaning political, ideas. And I mean, there must be radio stations like that.
Podcasts.
Yeah, well, exactly. And I think, but I think it's also a question then of access, right? Like it would be very difficult for me to access, I think, those radio stations, as well as, I think, and at least in this scope. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I think it's dangerous to assume that something is inherently more inclined to address questions of social justice, if that's what I mean. Also, again, like left, there's a different definitions, right? I don't want to get into this, but in what I think I'm trying to define is this kind of question of opening for this kind of plurality, right? Or this kind of social justice questions. I think it's dangerous to think that by doing that we are automatically critical of power. Yes, I don't know if that answers again the question, but
no, because I think it comes out of the signal to noise event that you were describing. You talk about how part of the discussion there is about how do you use these forums to counter far right ideology and the rise of the far right in various kinds of ways.
Yeah, but I also mentioned, I think, something about the kind of populist logics of radio, and I think these radios are very populist in that sense. So populism can be used in different ways, right? And it has its own historical kind of meanings. So this idea of authenticity and intimacy are definitely not only left thing, right? Like it's almost, and I think I quote your article about exactly that creating spaces where there is no critical thought, we perpetuate a sort of separation from society, which again can be both happen to left and right very easily. And I think, if there is this intention to kind of contribute to civic idea, civic project, then there is a danger of isolating oneself. And yeah, I don't know. I think, and again, I think it's interesting when politics become more. I think in a lot of Ukrainian radios, it's just the problems are much more concrete in this given situation sometimes. Okay, I don't know. Sorry where I went with that. But I think this kind of the desire to participate in civic discussion is not in itself left, I think. But I think it correlates with the kind of social justice questions of bringing groups into the public, into the civic, into the citizen, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting. It's nice to end on that sort of a more positive note. You've got to sit through another hour of questioning from Martin, and I know I need to leave him some questions too. But and I was going to ask you about what you think the contribution is, but I'm sure that might be a thing to do at the end of the next hour. But rather than asking the big question about your contribution to scholarship, I just wanted to ask you finally to reflect on what you think your contribution has been to the practitioners at the heart of your thesis. You did mention something just at the beginning, but I think one of the things that you're so good at throughout your analysis is of refusing these binary evaluations. So the question of what counts as useful or useless, for example, is I think a really difficult but interesting part of the discussion. So do you hope, do you know, whether your interest in them, in writing a whole doctoral thesis about them, has changed their sense of legitimacy or purpose in any way? And I suppose that's a question about whether you're in continued contact with them and what's happened since you've closed the book on the thesis.
No, I absolutely am. And I think there has been very interesting conversations in kind of offering space to self-reflect. So, I mean, I have had people say, oh, it felt therapeutic to just sit for 2 hours talking about that because I've never been asked these questions as a practitioner. You know, why does it make sense of what I do? So I'm hoping that by, again, and this is a nice tie to the first question, by offering an ear to these questions that I was asking, it was useful or helpful or in any ways meaningful for people to use this time to self-reflect on their practices. And also, you know, there in these interviews, there also is these kind of, you know, asterisk bits where you're like, oh, you know, there is this cultural funding or there is this cultural network. And, you know, the Signals to Noise Festival brought these radios together for them to know who they are. And so they could, for example, write cultural grants. There's also a very practical element of kind of connecting people and talking about that and just kind of, yeah, showing them that, you know, there are others like that, because it can be quite an isolating experience as well. So I'm hoping that there's also this practical element, because I think very often, you know, we can talk about meaningful, but in a kind of existential sense, and it's very important. But I talk about in one chapter is that, you know, there also are cultural funding structures that are reserved for European Union citizens, for example, states, right? Where like Ukraine doesn't
Tell me
fall
about it as a
into-
UK citizen.
Exactly. So then, you know, there are ways of bringing that in, and I'm very happy to be like the token academic in their funding applications, for example, being like, you know, I can do a talk if they're writing some sort of like, I don't know, like a radio stream. So I'm hoping this will give legitimacy also in that bigger sense. We could think about if there is more knowledge that is seen as legitimate knowledge, then there's also more weight in fostering these cultural practices. But this is hopeful, this is naive, you know, maybe. But yes, so hopefully those two things, to offer the space of self-reflection, but also to legitimize, let's say, these practices as worth of knowledge-making production spaces, is going to be useful, helpful. Yeah.
Well, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. I think I'm done.
Yes, thank you so much. There is now a break of 15 minutes, and should any person wish to speak as an opponent ex auditorio, notice should be given to me during this break. So the proceedings will then continue 15 minutes from now, which is about 10 to 4. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
sit down. We now continue with the second opponent, Dr. J. Martin Daughtry, and he is attending online. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, and you, me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. I was just introduced to your fascinating cubic microphone there that I have never actually seen before. So I can hear you really clearly. Ieva, I'm thinking before I begin that given that this is a sound studies dissertation on radio, that I might take the liberty of turning off my video so that we can more closely mimic the conditions of a radio conversation, and so that I don't have to be looking at myself while also attempting to look at you and seeing the back of your colleagues' heads. And, it's just like a kind of a bewildering visual landscape here. So I think with everyone's permission, I will do this, and then you and I can really just focus in and talk to one another. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Great. So I wanted to begin by just saying hello to you and once again to Kate, to Peter. Is Kyle in the room? Hello. Hello to Kyle. Is Maria in the room?
No, Maria is in New York.
Okay. My good, is she online?
Probably.
To my good friend Maria Sanovitsky, and to the rest of our colleagues in Oslo, and to thank you for including me in this event and to being in conversation with me on these issues that that are of common concern to you and me and to many others. I'm going to kind of cut to the chase and tell you. Well, first, are you familiar with the phrase "good cop, bad cop"?
Yes.
Yeah, with two opponents. So, we flipped a coin at the beginning, and I got bad cop, and so I'm prepared to be utterly ruthless, or I would be rather, if I didn't like your thesis as much as I do. So I'm afraid that this, you're going to get a second good cop, and I'm going to tell you at the beginning that I think you've composed an absolutely remarkable, insightful, original, and indeed, and I use this word rarely, important thesis, one that I think is well positioned to be valuable to two overlapping communities of readers, both to the scholarly community in ethnomusicology, musicology, sound studies, media studies, but also to your Ukrainian interlocutors, understanding that your Ukrainian readership is, I don't want to draw any kind of line between your Ukrainian readers and scholars, because I imagine that a large number of your future Ukrainian readers and current Ukrainian interlocutors are, among other things, scholars, and that members of, the scholarly community, many of them are, among other things, Ukrainian. So let's agree that there's, the Venn diagram is blurry and overlapping, but I think that people living through the conflict in Ukraine and others will find not just new knowledge in this thesis, but also kind of vectors for hope. So I congratulate you on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This is very kind.
Yeah, Kate began by asking you about positionality, and it inspired me. I hadn't been planning on doing this, but I feel now compelled to kind of lay out my own positionality before I begin peppering you with questions. And it's interesting to me, interesting and troubling that my positionality has moved over the course of my engagement with your thesis. So I read it one time when you first submitted it as, a scholar who has written on sound and listening in the context of the Iraq War, and as a person who, in a kind of almost former life, it feels like now, spent 5 years living in the former Soviet Union, mostly in Russia, but visiting Ukraine and visiting Lithuania. So I kind of felt an affinity to the topic through those vectors of kind of regional interest and scholarly interest. I also, of course, was reading it from, as a citizen of the United States, a country that has an exceedingly complicated, indeed fraught relationship with Ukraine and Russia, and a complicated complicity in the conflict that you are documenting. I read your thesis a second time over the last couple of days as a citizen of a wartime country that, that has recently initiated a war of choice with the sovereign country of Iran. And, so I'm thinking through the issues that you lay out through that prism of, through the prism of being an American at this moment, where my country is entangled with and kind of complicit in multiple conflicts, only some of which you deal, only one of which you are focused on in your dissertation. So, in terms of positionality, I feel like laying bare my fractal responsibility for, edging the planet closer to the end of the world. And my Americanness is something that that inflects the way that I receive the thesis that you wrote. So that's me, and we've already talked about you and positionality. So now maybe we can get on to some questions for me to ask you. I want to begin by kind of picking up Kate's work that she did in her hour on clarifying some of the core terms that you use in the thesis. And I'll start out with what I think is far and away the hardest. I personally think it's the hardest one. I would hate it if somebody asked me the question that I'm about to pose to you. But here I am, bad cop, right? So you use the term sound 403 times in the thesis without ever defining it. And that's understandable. And I think most work doesn't attempt to kind of wrangle out a definition of sound. It seems like it's sort of self-evident. But the work that you do in the thesis actually reveals that the category of sound is not self-evident, is indeed a problem that needs to be kind of wrestled with. So let's wrestle with it together. What, Ieva, is sound for you in this dissertation? What type of phenomenon is it?
Thank you. Well, I think the closest answer to this direct, I think, where you're kind of alluding is the kind of ontological question of sound. I think it's when I engage with Steve Goodman and the Ecology of Fear in saying that, of course we can talk about absence of sound as also sound, and there are, these kind of frequencies of sound that create ecology of fear, and we could think about from a physics perspective of sound as a wave of energy. However, I'm kind of trying to show that I'm interested in more epistemological take on sound. So how do we understand the world through the sense that we sort of understand a sound? So it's how do we know that something is sound? And in these epistemologies, then, it would mean that something that is mediated through radio, for example, could be one definition, I think. But I think that just the framework of asking how do we know the world through sound, I think allows potentially not to grapple with these questions of, ontology in that sense. So sound as a word can mean different things in different contexts. And the way that it becomes a carrier of meaning, of course, is different than it becomes a carrier of energy, for example. I mean, I'm just kind of drawing from these physics perspectives. There is also, I guess, a bit of a social contract in that sense, that if my interlocutors and agree on the way we're using sound as we unravel the way knowledge makings are happening through radio and what is known through sound in these particular situations, like, for example, air raids, etc., then I feel it kind of does the job, or I'm hoping that it does the job of defining sound, because it works as a communicative category to then enter these questions of how knowledge is made through this particular interaction between listeners and the world outside of them. If that would be my one way of answering that question.
I think that's a pretty eloquent way of answering it. I like it. Let's push it a little further, though, if you don't mind. And I'm not going to turn this into this entire hour into like a mini lecture on sound, but I believe in one of my conversations with you, I feel like it was in Paris, I might have mentioned my colleague Casey O'Callaghan, who is an analytic philosopher who writes on kind of ontologies of sound, and he kind of says that there's no philosophical consensus on what a sound is, but that analytic philosophers, at least, kind of break into three different camps in their attempts to try to understand what a sound is. And he gives those camps names. And he says that, there are people who talk about sound as a phenomenon of perception, like that where perception is the most important, the kind of sine qua non of sound. These are the people who answer the question about, if the tree falls in the forest, doesn't make a sound, that kind of question. And he calls those proximal theories of sound that where a sound is a phenomenon once it's perceived. And he distinguishes that from people who believe that sound is actually the acoustic waves that move through space, and he calls those medial theories of sound, and those align with sound as this kind of energetic, mechanistic, mainline acoustic phenomenon. And then he talks about distal theories of sound, which are a little stranger, but I think really interesting for you. A distal theory of sound is one where the sound is not the acoustic waves. The acoustic waves carry information about a sound, but the sound is a disturbance event that, like a vibrational event that stays very close to the source of its vibration. And that's it's a strange way of defining sound, but it's in a way a very common sense way, because like if you were to say, like if you were to hear a siren, or if you were to hear a car going by and you would say, where is that sound? Most of us would not point to our ears or wave our arms around in space, but we'd point to the car. You know what I mean? So distal theories, I think, live very comfortably with the activity of causal listening, which is, as you well know, crucial in wartime, because you need to know where, like in a situation where one of the Shahed drones is coming, like you need to know where that, the sound is the thing that tells you where the danger is. Mm-hmm. But this is less true in radio, because the answer to where is the sound coming from is kind of always, the radio itself. So I feel like there's some really interesting territory here, and I guess I'll stop talking and invite you to muse on it, on the distinction between, maybe another way to think about this is in terms of mediation, the distinction between an unmediated sound coming from a wartime activity, and that same sound captured and mediated through radio, and the experience of seeking to make sense, now getting to your epistemological moment, like in your mind and in your interviews, is there a gap between the hermeneutic activity of hearing, a siren that is taking place in your neighborhood, and warning of a future event, and a siren that is part of a sound archive that is accessed through kind of after the fact, and in a way defanged or domesticated through, like, is there a domesticating function that mediation does? So does that give you some ground to kind of riff on?
Yes. I don't know if that is relevant, but one of the things that it made me think about is this, the way Marshall McLuhan writes about electricity as media. And then if we think about electricity as media, and then can we think about air raid up as a mediated siren? Like, is that the same kind of media as radio is media? And I mean, one of the answers would be that, of course, mediation in itself has cultural significance. There's a context when sound happens. And I don't know if, especially in these, in the context of that we're talking about, I mean, there really is no separate, or like, I cannot imagine of an example where that is separated from the context in which sound appears. I think this is, kind of some of it comes a little bit to this distinction between having learned a kind of listening because of the experiences compared to hearing the siren for the first time. And I mean, there are definitely, I'm not looking into this specifically, but there's definitely studies about how that trauma lingers, or that reaction, the bodily reaction to hearing a siren, even when it is heard in another context, stays with people. So, I would not dare to really maybe, take the same sound in these different understandings of it. I'm trying to think about, I thought this causal listening. Could you maybe repeat that a little bit? This idea of causal listening in this.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. That who was the Chion talks about it. Michel Chion and Schaefer also, right? So causal listening is a mode of listening that is concerned with identifying the source of a sound, where it comes from.
Oh yeah.
As opposed to a semiotic kind of listening or reduced listening, where you're kind of listening to the sound for its different characteristics, timbre, pitch. It comes out of more like less of an ambient urban wartime context, and more out of a kind of a 20th century musical context. But when applied to the world, the causal listener answers the question, what was that? Right? Which in a musical context, like I teach jazz, the history of jazz in New York City to undergraduates, and I discovered several years ago, to my utter surprise, I don't know if you'll be surprised or not, but I had been teaching jazz for many years, and I only kind of stumbled upon the realization that my students did not have the ability of distinguishing a trumpet from a saxophone, let alone an alto saxophone from a tenor saxophone, let alone John Coltrane's tenor saxophone from Sonny Rollins's tenor saxophone, right? So that's a form of causal listening too, that I have to help through remediation. I have to help my students gather. I think in wartime context, that exact same thing happens. Like at the beginning of the Russian assault on on Kyiv, there were, sonic manifestations of that assault that were not known to everybody because they were new. But over the course of this absolutely exhausting, enervating conflict, people have learned how to listen. Learned how to listen causally. Learned how to distinguish, a drone moving in one direction from a drone moving in another, or an explosion. I'm thinking about my work in Iraq now, this is like the part of it that I think does map on to contemporary experiences in Ukraine. The difference between the sound of a large explosion far off versus a small explosion closer in. That's a distinction that's not automatically available to inexperienced auditors, but it is something that, so it's like thinking about epistemology as being a phenomenon of time, right, and of experience, and accumulating the causal listening experiences necessary in order to be able to judge, one sound over another.
I think, but it can also go both ways, right? So I'm thinking about the way that over the course of the war, people tend to start sleep through the air alarms because they become such a everyday experience. So that kind of epistemology of threat, so we're thinking about, every day in our lives, we evaluate what is the most important thing that we hear through sound. And sometimes the level of threat of having these air alerts every night compared to the fact that tomorrow, I have a PhD defense that I have to sleep very well through might have a different epistemic category, and I can choose to kind of like sleep through, let's say, an air alert because life goes on. And I think this is also quite interesting, that if we shouldn't assume, I think, one direction of this kind of epistemology of being more attuned or more equipped to respond to sound, but also as a numbing effect. So suddenly it becomes almost meaningless, that sound. I mean, it of course never is really meaningless, but it loses its heaviness, its weight. And I think that is also quite interesting to think. And this has happened also with these kind of radio programs of people using more of the sound initially, the first stages of war, because it carried this kind of, I think for one, it just carried this kind of sensationalism to listeners abroad, saying like, this is how it sounds, and it really is a very powerful sound. However, long as time progresses, suddenly it becomes, not saying, and I think I say that in one of the chapters, saying that it's war is not saying anything because it doesn't show the complexities of living through those sounds. And then, for example, generators or, all these other things that happen at the same time as these kind of war sounds also become very important in these and maybe potentially has more epistemological value for listeners. Which I think it also speaks back to this idea of what you're saying, this idea that there's a time element to the way we learned to listen, or in the context in which we learned to listen.
100%. I totally agree. There's a time element in how we learn to listen and learn to not listen.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, it sounds like, is that an experienced auditor in contemporary Ukraine is, kind of the product of a process of auditory sharpening and deadening at the same time, and that's the kind of that's one of the complexities of studying sound in wartime contexts that I feel like your thesis is kind of weaving in and out of in a really interesting and provocative way. So great. Okay. So you've answered my hard question. What is sound? Well, Kate asked you about listening, so I don't want to spend too much time on it. But I did want to say I forgot to write the page number, but somewhere in this large thesis, you defined listening as, and I quote, a historically situated, culturally informed, and contextual practice through which meanings about wartime realities are constructed and reproduced. And I liked that a lot. I wondered if you wanted to kind of unpack it for us a little bit, and or maybe elaborate on it? Like, what is it that, like, okay, how can I say this? I guess I'm curious about listening as an act of will, versus maybe hearing as a more kind of biologically attuned, capacity. When you said that I can choose to listen to, to attend to the sound of sirens or not, I'm not sure that I'm not sure that we always have a choice. I think the process of learning how to sleep through an air raid siren is not so much an act of will as it is, of like the body's need to survive, and it seems like a quasi-conscious act at best. So with that in mind, I'm wondering about like what forms of intentionality and will you see as present in the act of listening, and just how the act of listening is historically situated, culturally informed, and contextual. And by contextual, I assume you mean kind of also like relational. So maybe you can just like riff for me on the act of listening, and then how that act is intensified or problematized or queered by the presence of violence, in a wartime context.
Thank you. Yes, I think what I meant by, one of the things that I mean in my thesis by that is by creating opportunities to listen, right? So by the very fact of there being a kind of media where there is a space for example, musical kind of listening or listening to each other or listening, when there's no electricity, that would be a way of willfully shaping an opportunity to listen. So we can think about affordances, I guess, in that sense, if we're thinking about will and choosing and how many degrees of freedom are available to a person in a given situation, then we would say it could be thought, or one of the ways that I'm thinking about it is that people are trying to offer choice of where to listen, how to listen. And I think this is also what I mean when I say contextual, that if we know that there is for a fact an air alert happening within the next few days, we can choose, however, where we listen to those things. And one of those places that we can listen to is a radio studio, for example, which we might not be alone, there might be music playing at the same time, etc. And I think that is an act of will, so to speak. At the same time, it does also speak of these other, interconnected or also culturally constructed things. So, the very fact that studio has an idea of coziness or intimacy, or that, being together and having music next to it may be less harmful or maybe less traumatizing, is also not because that sound in itself physically has, sort of different, particles moving in the air, but because of the kind of cultural significance it carries. So it's almost, for me, very often this kind of shaping the reality in which life is lived, despite or potentially sometimes because of circumstances. So the kind of meaning that becomes important, the kind of sounds and listening practices that become more important than they would be maybe if there was no threat, is what I say, I think, as this kind of, practice of listening that is constructed and often, not, meaningfully constructed in radio, but, and also it could be in private home situations or in public places as well. So I hope that answers this question, at least some of it. I hope Yeah,
I love it. I think one of the contributions of your thesis is to draw our attention to the kind of for lack of a better word, communitarian aspects of acoustomology. That sound can sound can mean more when one is together in a group, not just because people are contributing different perspectives to the hermeneutic act of interpreting a sound or an artwork or whatever. I mean, that is great, but simply in situations of vulnerability, that like bodies together congenial bodies together can allow even an individual to gain more knowledge from, the act of listening than one might in a kind of a fractured, isolated feeling of vulnerability. And so I guess the follow-on question would be like, does the virtual community of a radio listenership really mean anything? Like in those terms, like is the fact that I'm listening to a radio broadcast in the knowledge or the hope, at least, that there are other listeners out there. Did people talk about the kind of virtual community of radio listeners? Was that part of people's understanding of the comfort that wartime radio can create?
Well, so I think virtual is an interesting category in a way that it can, mean different things in different situations, or imply that there's almost kind of different kind of, less real situation, which, is just as physical in many ways as I guess, non-mediated or non-virtual sound. And in this idea, and this is kind of maybe goes back a little bit to the previous question, that listening is also, and I draw a bit on political philosophy about this, that, what you're saying about the sociality of listening, that listening is figuring out together, and this is what Susan Bickford writes, listening in the face of conflict, allows to figure out what to do, and that knowledge is made collectively and socially, also means that I think that speaks to this idea of virtuality, so to say, because there's always a feedback of some sorts through social media engagements, etc. But also I think in some very practical ways of being heard outside of sort of communicating sounds of war outside of war. And I think that can mean radio collaborations, that can mean offering real sort of practical possibilities for people to travel, because a radio station has, was heard virtually in a festival, for example, and that festival got funding and it allowed physical people to come to another place, for example. So I would be, I don't know, I'm a bit reluctant to separate virtual from non-virtual in that sense. But I think it is interesting to think about a digital interface as also participating in those kind of meaning makings, and what kind of listening happens when there isn't a reaction of another listener next to us, for example. So maybe even about thinking, an isolated listening versus a collective listening would be one way of thinking about this virtual versus studio-based, let's say, listening, if I make sense. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's what you mean by virtual. Maybe I'm not. Maybe there's another way of looking at it as well, in a kind of, I don't know, when the mediation is so removed that it becomes abstracted to gain a meaning that is very different from the intended one, which then again is a kind of question of how much control does a sound, a sort of produced sound of a radio, how much of the sort of authorship or the reception question, which is also something that can be an interesting element, point entry to discuss. Yeah.
That was great. I'm in having you put a little productive pressure on my use of the term virtual. I'm having this feeling of like, oh wow, I'm old, because what I realized was I read, when I was in grad school, we all read Benedict Anderson, Imagine Communities. Mm-hmm. And I think, I was thinking of like the virtual community of radio in kind of Andersonian terms, as like, people, like the imagined community is kind of, we are constantly awash in them, whether or not we're being, tuning into a radio station or not, right? And the phenomenon of unisonance that one gets when one is in the presence of something like a radio broadcast. Well, I mean, you mentioned the, what's the name? Brechunet? I don't know. In Ukrainian, there's a different name in Russian. But those, like that like the radio that was bolted to your wall that had one channel and no off button, is as like powerful and dystopian, an example of imagined community, as exists really. It's like imagined community by force. And that's a world away from these, underground, semi-underground alternative spaces that you have been, traveling through. So, yeah, I don't know.
But I can respond to that because I think there are certain principles that can be compared. So this idea of creating a kind of category of citizen, right? In a way that Brehunets was a civilizational project in installing these radio stations, for example, in like Central North Central Asia and across the Russian Empire as a way of creating a listening citizen, right? And educate, for example, people who the rate of literacy, I think, in the Russian Empire as it entered the sort of 20th century was quite low. So radio was really used as a civilizing function at bringing and creating a category. So like an anthropotechnology, and I'm using this Anna Maria Ochoa-Gachia's idea also because I think it is and. So I think there is definitely this idea of imagined community as a way of creating this category of human, of citizen that belongs to a certain political unit. And I think we could think about alternative community radios as trying to also imagine that there is a potential political organization that goes beyond the nation state, for example. So by this idea that all listeners to this alternative community radios participate in a kind of imagined political project that aims at solidarity. And this is a positive, sort of romantic, generous reading of it. But I think this idea that the listener gains agency in connection to these other, sort of against loneliness of any kind of political project, which is like a positive way of thinking, the way an imagined community is formed. So there are other people listening and they exist. And there is a kind of communal listener. I think the principle is not, I think there are comparative principles in which this works. But as you say, one is kind of imposing. Well, the other one is also can be imposing, actually, just like a different value system that is based, for example, of values of coolness or alternativeness. But of course, there is just a different level of violence that goes with it, because of course, this is not only a civilizational project, doesn't come just with a radio, right? It also comes with things like Arshak-Shilik, which was a Kazakh genocide in the Siberia, etc. And so and community radios come with maybe parties. So that's, I think, is a very important element in the way imagined communities then become, let's say, real in the Benedict Anderson terms, right? Like in this idea that they become voters or they become participants in an independence movement.
Right. Oh, that's great. Okay, that clarifies things for me immensely. How much time do we have? I want to make sure that I'm still on page 1 of my questions.
20 minutes more, I was informed.
20 minutes remain?
Yes.
Oh, okay. We need to speed this show up then. I was going to ask you, I have 1, 2, 3, I think 4 more terms that I wanted to clarify before I got to my proper questions. Let's cut.
22 minutes. I'm sorry, I was
okay.
correct.
I do. I'm gonna cut. I'm going to relieve you from defining art, music, and radio for me. But I do want to talk about the term that you mentioned by my count 650 times in the thesis, and that's war. Now, you admirably give the war in Ukraine a longer timeline than the Putin regime would give it. So you date it back at 2014 with the term "повномасштабно" used to describe events after February 24th, right, 2022. Mm-hmm. I think there are people. I remember when I was in Iraq, people would ask me, like, when do you think the Iraq war started? And, and I would be like, 2003. And they'd be like, eh. And I'd say, oh, are you saying, 1991, and they'd be like, and then they put it all the way back to, kind of the first, American incursions in that region, and we're thinking of the war with a really long, like multi-generational kind of timeline. And I imagine that there's a kind of a stream of conversation in Ukraine that understands, the state of emergency or state of exception to have been imposed a very, 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 very long time ago, which puts pressure on the definition of what a war actually is. But what I want to ask you, Ieva, is, clearly war for you encompasses combat and with it corporeal violence, but it also encompasses for you, and your thesis is a testimony to this, epistemic violence. Mm-hmm. So, I guess I want to know, like, if you, for a Martian had to define, what this kind of complex construction that we gloss as war means, and whether or not there's a clear distinction between the presence of war and absence, like how would you kind of lay out the terrain, of like what this phenomenon is, and maybe how sound and how technologies like radio play into it?
Yes. Well, so Putin even wouldn't call it war, right? It would be a special military operation. So that is another thing about words having, there's also legal terms in all of this. I think that, like different words would mean different things in different contexts. I think it's I'm trying to be sensitive about the kind of moral relativism that can impose in us saying that there's a situation of danger or threat at any given time, which is true. And, especially when think about things as epistemic injustice, there is always epistemic injustices happening because of distribution of power. But, to say that this is the same as, the scale of, their daily air raids, or just the threat to civilian population, or the actual combat frequency, armies that are, clashing, or, the contemporary war zone is also much more different than that. And of course, there is this idea of hybrid warfare as well, which that means informational war. There's a lot of these things, and I don't really have an answer to that. And I don't know how I would explain to a Martian what it is. But I guess the point here is to talk about, I think maybe about a particular kind of precarity that is imposed both because of the way military actions are threatening civilian population, and something that is sort of, I don't know like more than civilian population, as this idea of humanitarian workers, volunteers that are doing evacuations, and soldiers themselves. So there is that affects the kind of precarity. But also the way that responses from civilian infrastructure imposes a precarity, like not being able to move, not potentially being able to travel as freely, etc., the suspended state, so to speak. So for me, that thinking about precarity was quite, I think, helpful, or it was a constructive term to understand just how wide the effects and the sonic effects of war can reach. But to define war in, this kind of ultimate terms it is very difficult. I would probably say that, as most wars, is also to some extent our agreement that we understand its experience as wars. It's also a term that is relative as others. But I think in that relevance, as I said, I think it's very important not to conflate terms and sort of maintain, use them sort of critically, constructively. That we might attempt at least addressing this question even though I think, you know, it probably will not have a finite answer, at least at the moment.
No, I think that's good. You know, you mentioned kind of messy methodologies, and I think, you know, there's messy conceptual terrain that we need to not clean up, but allow to remain, you know, kind of with rough edges. And these terms are certainly among them. I would submit to you that, you know, the terms that we've been talking about, sound, listening, war, are not just. And I think you treat them this way. You treat them as being entangled, interdependent, interdigitated, such that a state. And I think I guess as you develop this work toward, you know, a published monograph, which I desperately hope you will do, that you'll maybe help your readers see how. You know, a category such as war or combat, how it relates to and changes a category such as sound or perception or an act such as listening. I have this phrase, it's not really super relevant here, but Terry Eagleton's famous phrase about where he said, capitalism plunders the sensuality of the body. Great phrase I wish I had written. And I feel like in reading your thesis, I got the sense that, you know, wartime violence plunders the sensuality of the body and the kind of variability of the sensorium, you know, such that you know, you describe these people who need to dance, you know, who are kind of using radio and art and music and sound art and dance as practices for preventing the collapse of their own sensoria, like you know, into the kind of monochromatic tactics of wartime survival. It's like the phenomenon of war encourages people who are in it to reduce their sensoria to kind of tactical activities. And the activities that you are documenting are, you know, resistant against, you know, the instrumentalization of the subject into just a wartime, you know, soldier, bystander, victim, like any of those pre kind of baked categories that we have. So I think there's something really kind of powerful. For me, that's where the power of these radio listening practices really lies. You know, it's in the moment where you talk about what. Let me see. I wrote it down. Putting your fury into a dance. You know, like the moments where through participating in these radio communities, people perform themselves as other than, you know, as wartime, you know, wartime auditors, but always much more than that. And it seems like, you know, you are documenting people kind of pushing against being shunted into these really restrictive categories of simply precarious, right, or simply culpable, and I think that's really powerful. But I would like to, you know, I think you can make that more explicit in the thesis itself, or in the book that comes from the thesis. Okay, some questions, and you'll just wave your arms when time is up, and I'll shut up. I have more questions than we can deal with.
It's 15 minutes, as I was told.
Okay. Let's talk about epistemic justice then, because that, for me, is really important, and for you, clearly, it's important. How does epistemic justice? First off, that's another thing that doesn't really get defined precisely in the thesis. I guess I'm wondering who you're reading as you like, how did you come upon like, did you come to this research project with a pre-existing interest in epistemology, or did the research, the situation on the ground draw you toward the importance of epistemology?
It definitely drew me to the importance of epistemology. And I think this is kind of speaks back to what Kate Lacey was asking me in the first bit, and this kind of idea that initially I think I was thinking much more about these categories of enjoyment, right? Or living a life, or thinking about the kind of aesthetic social functions of radio. But, where I arrived with that, there was this kind of importance of knowing and being taken seriously as someone who knows, being heard as a witness, as a kind of, as a testimony. So epistemic justice really came out as from my research, and of course in contribution with also readings. I keep going back to orality just because it just kind of sits, I think, now at the top of my head by Anna Maria Ochoa, because of this idea of that listening and living through sound can legitimize being a human, in those complexities, and by and also having then human rights, or civic rights, and that also comes across, I think, in this kind of communication of what's happening beyond the kind of, let's say, the beyond the war in Ukraine, right? But also that this is something that should concern us all, and that to understand that as something requires a kind of process of epistemological process of saying, how do we know that this is really happening and this is very important. Justice justice is a big word, and I kind of realized from my interviews that this was something that people are concerned with more, and I think this was also, just to give a context, I think also as the war was unfolding, full-scale invasion is unfolding, they're starting these debates about the end of war and what is the end of war, and for me, and with the readings and the interviews and the data, this was the conclusion that the opposite of war is not necessarily peace, but it's justice, in a sense that unjust peace can be worse than war. And I'm not meaning symbolically, but just the scale of civilian terror and destruction. So, if we think about something turning from war into a genocide, right, or mass deportations, etc., or what happens in occupied territories in Ukraine, and there is evidence coming from that. So in that case, war is not the worst that can happen in a sense, but justice is probably the value that is being collectively aimed at by the listeners. And this, and I think because also justice is a term that can mean legal things. So there is, law that applies to war situations. And there is, people who are doing radio are not defining law, but they are aiming at these kind of emotional, epistemic, oral situations in which justice can move towards that. And so it is kind of a consequence of what I think, is this kind of thing that happens in research of reading things and thinking of things and seeing the reality and seeing that kind of interaction of that.
Yeah, well, that's a wonderful and sobering response to my question. I agree with you. I think history teaches us that it's really in the immediate wake of the moments right after the cessation of active combat that epistemic injustice spikes, as people the people who are left enfranchised at the end of a conflict begin kind of interpreting it for the world and for themselves. Yeah. And so, the notion that that all people have a kind of a dignity as knowers of their own situations it's a really difficult dignity to assert in when war is going on, but it's maybe even an even harder dignity to assert in that kind of immediate post-war time when people turn from projects of territorial expansion, let's say, or genocide to epistemic projects, right? When the full kind of power of the attention of the victorious regime turns toward epistemology. I think that's kind of the moment that you're pointing toward.
Yeah.
Okay, so that lets me turn a page here and ask you. Oh, well, I as long as we're talking about epistemic injustice, it's impossible for me not to. I don't want to make this defense about me. It's about you, and it's about your interlocutors in Ukraine, who I also care about. But I can't help but note that epistemic injustice is absolutely raging in my country right now. And that this is where the term war becomes this kind of threadbare term. I think it's possible to say that America is in the middle of an epistemic civil war right now, being fought on the fronts of climate change, scientific knowledge, democracy itself. So reading your work on epistemic justice in the Ukrainian context sharpened my appreciation for what's happening in my own country, which we're at war with Iran, but it's a different kind of war, right? Than the one that is going on in Ukraine. So that's just to say that you never know who your work is going to move. You're writing about a very particular time space, but you don't know who it's going to be useful to. You can assume that it'll be useful to people in that time space, but it's going to have unseen resonance with others, as it certainly did with me. Okay, here's a question, just kind of out of left field. How does the ubiquitous abundance of everything on the internet complicate or clarify the mission of these radio stations?
Thank you for the question. Well, there is one way of thinking that because of the ubiquitous and overwhelming presence of everything, everything all at the same time, the kind of localized and sort of this notion of personalized or intimate or just close to the listener radio station offers a kind of refuge, so to speak, emotionally from those things. And I mean, that's what we were talking as well earlier, right? This idea about radio versus a podcast, or coming to a radio studio versus going online, and the ways that radio offers this kind of gathering function around sound that Spotify definitely does not. So that's one of those. But there's obviously also I think in my research, I encountered quite a lot of digital optimism as well. So for example, the very fact that people can post their collection boxes on Instagram or on social media and therefore, collect money quite quickly for immediate needs was seen as a good thing. The fact that people have access to film and, broadcast, and, I'm using a radiophonic term, but you could say stream or post or whatever. I mean, they're all important terms. I don't mean they're whatever, but just that I think there's a kind of logic to all of those. Is seen as a positive thing that people can use internet to communicate with the world, even when they cannot travel, for example. So there is a lot of this kind of, it's interesting, this kind of digital optimism, this belief that if we use technology and we use it smartly, we can outsmart the, let's say, old-fashioned, and can be also applied to the very front line of this war, outsmart the maybe, tanks and the, second biggest army in the world, for example. So it goes really from this grassroots levels of people just, posting things on social media about their lives to this broader philosophy of or like ideology of trusting the technology to help out if used in a particular kind of way, which I think is also not without its problems. And there's like a large discussion, and Svetlana Matvienko writes about this. She writes about cyber colonialism, for example, and the dangers of technology in the aftermath. She's kind of prognosticating as well of the war. But I think, so there's two answers to that. One is that, there is something that radio offers as a social cultural content that is not the ubiquitous digital realm. At the same time, the digital realm is also used seen sometimes as a tool to mobilize wider audiences.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that answer. That's really good. It seems like that, those questions of kind of digital abundance are really poignantly inflected in a place like Ukraine. Maybe this is another just reflection of me being old, and your generation is probably not thinking of this. But during the Soviet period, well, you write about this a little bit with like jammed Voice of America, broadcasts and stuff. Like the economy of scarcity on that side of the Iron Curtain gave this kind of numinous glow to the cultural products from the West that managed to kind of get through the cracks. I'm thinking of magnetizdat, recording practices, and music on bones, and like how a single record smuggled in a diplomat's dip pouch to bring purchased in a Parisian record store in 1960 and brought to the diplomat's son and then endlessly dubbed in lo-fi copies, like how like a totally marginal band in the West could become an enormous, like Uriah Heep means much more to the history of Soviet rock than it does to the history of Western rock, because a couple albums got through and had that enormous resonance. And I feel some kind of like revisitation to the theme of like the profound value of small things, that feels like, I don't know, it feels I think my own nostalgia is probably now like worming my way into my attitude, but it feels different, coming from a place that spent decades in cultivating really extremely sophisticated skills in an atmosphere of scarcity. Like if those skills end up being useful within this kind of atmosphere of hyperabundance, I think that's really cool.
Can I just respond to that very quickly?
Yeah,
I absolutely think you're right or at least that's also my reading of let's say, historical context of this technological optimism is this logic that, the almost like DIY logic of making use of everything that's accessible, the kind of tinkering practices or tinkering ideologies I think are still very present in the way these radio stations operate, and the kind of, I think I write a little bit about the trust of state infrastructure and this idea, of who is responsible for being a cultural life in the city. And I think because of this historic mistrust of the state, and also this kind of, as you say, technological scarcity, this kind of experience of making fun, yourself, I really feel like I also, my interpretation of that would be that these things are related in a way you're describing.
Totally. I remember in the early 90s, I lived with a guy in Moscow, or in St. Petersburg rather, who he wasn't an electrician, but I watched him fix a fluorescent bulb that had burned out, like actually repair the fluorescent bulb, because of course you would do that, rather than like kind of throw it away. So I think some of the intimacy that you and Kate were talking about, that theme of intimacy, has this kind of like, there's an interesting kind of underground Soviet legacy to those forms of intimacy that have to do with that kind of making something out of nothing, transgenerational skill. I think that's awesome. Okay, maybe last question.
Yes, last question.
Last question?
Yes, last question.
Okay. So I've been working with this kind of quasi-Derridian notion that every work of every text is haunted by its constitutive absence, by which I mean there's something that you couldn't put in your thesis that nonetheless affects it. And it's not just because you didn't have time to write about it. You actually couldn't write about it, but that absence affects everything that you did write, and maybe if you had some kind of Borgesian fantastic map that captured all of the details, like every single last detail of the war in Ukraine, maybe you could have written about it, but you really can't. Can you? It's kind of an impossible question, but is there something that when you think about the thesis that you feel as a present absence?
I think it's humor, probably. I think my answer would be that there is something about the kind of cultural intertextuality of jokes and just references and just little sarcastic remarks that, go beyond, I think, the format, the kind of, the genre of a thesis. But nevertheless, I was really trying to leave traces of it in the way I quote some people, for example. So I would say that probably is something that, I don't know if it haunts, because if anything, it makes the haunting less haunting or something. But I think
Maybe it doesn't haunt, but it taunts.
Yeah, well, that's good. Yeah. So this kind of, these kind of social cues, these kind of jokes, these kind of, I get you moments, that the kind of intertextual I think humor, I think this kind of comes back to this, to what I mean by humor. I think that is something that informs, I think, the way that it's possible to write about these things without losing that hope.
Yeah
Well,
that's a great project to leave you with, is as you expand this and continue this work, to figure out a way to kind of bring that that problematica into what you write, and figure out a way to let humor thrive in this most sobering of contexts. Thank you so much. It's been an enormous pleasure to read your work, talk to you, hang out with you, and I think I speak for all of us that we wish you, we having been here at this event, we are voicing a kind of a belief in you and an obligation to you, to help you when you need us.
thank you.
So count on us.
Thank you very
And
much.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Dr. J. Martin Dorfrey.
Stand up, or you can stand up.
Since there are no more questions, since no one has stepped forward,
Thank you.
with the wish to present the question editorial, we can now move on to the final stage of the dissertation. On behalf of the Faculty of Humanities, I would like to thank the candidate and the evaluation committee for having carried out this public defense in a lively and brilliant manner. So I now declare these proceedings that they are at an end. Disputatio per acta est.